Gentlemen, remember you can talk amongst yourselves, to our audience, people coming before or after. Streamlabs is a finicky application. I will be mute until the time we begin. And remember, your audio is not going out on live until we are. I can't hear you at the moment. I'm gonna turn on studio mode and let's see if I can do something about that.
Okay.
Amadeus, Suruk, I see you both
Suruk,
now.
I can hear you now. No,
I can't hear you. You're muted. But it's on your side, buddy.
Me escucho con eco.
I can fix that. Testing now. Got it. One does learn a thing or two after doing enough IT. What a thing. Currently you're not going out to stream, my voice does, but that's just a technical limitation. So you guys can talk between yourselves. Yes, in that the chat is saved along with the stream, but it's not going to appear on camera at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I did see it. I take, yes, thank you for outing my name on the internet. Don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it. My policy with this is that the internet is going to find me if it does any kind of serious effort, so I want to be known by my artistic names, but I'm also not going to stress too much if somebody that cares about it learns information that I, kind of like that. Because at the end of the day, if I live by the hacker's ethos, which is if you can get access to it, that means you should be able to have that information. he said, pretending to be tougher and cooler than he was in reality. Which was not much at all. Hello, Murakhan, welcome. Your voice is currently not going out to stream, but I want to say that I highly appreciate your attitude of being on time, present, and ready. It makes everything easier and happier to do. And now, I hope I'll be able to give you a game that you'll enjoy today. What the hell is going on with Mike? Oh no. Something is weird here. Well, I've always been that, but so here's Surok. Okay, we seem to be having a few technical issues, but that's generally how things go when you're trying to run a universe. So, we shall have all of our players with us shortly, or maybe not so quickly, but I'll figure this bitch out. And yes, for those who are listening to me type through the microphone, if that comes through, I do have a ridiculous, like, 125 words per minute. I genuinely am quite proud of my ability to type like a motherfucker. But bloody Streamlabs. If anybody's listening to this after the fact, don't fucking trust Streamlabs to be the dependable, stable platform you want for easy on-the-go streaming. Daddy is home. I think that is very much fair motivation. One of our heroes is telling me I'm really happy to hear. You know what? I think I'm gonna move the starting screen over to the screen that we're on, just so that we're all relaxing. Rather than have the starting soon screen. Let's just transition. Hello, everyone. We're still awaiting the arrival of a couple of our heroes, ladies and gentlemen. We're having a few small but important technical issues, which we're hoping will be resolved relatively soon. And if that's not the case, well, fuck me, you know? But we'll do our best. With us are Zurok, our half-orc fighter and strongest goth in South America, played by Ghostmaker. I may have mixed those up. Then we have Amadeus de Corinthia, once Archmage, now Buff Wizard. A painfully powerful character. Oh yeah, you don't see me for the moment because I'm actually technically not in this screen. This is part of the backstage magic that we do to get shit to run. But since this program is being special, we're just gonna keep it very simple. And technically, I should appear on this screen. I'm gonna just activate every camera. And I have this ready for when you can join, Big Mike. Now, I hope I don't have to restart the stream again before we're able to get going, but hey, if I have to, I have to. Other than that, I hope everybody's had a good week, and I'm sorry that we did not play last week. I was having a rough personal time. I'm trying, but no luck. Hang on. I got a guest join thingamabob.
You got Murakan.
It's Murakan. Ay. What do you say, fellas? Should I try restarting the whole computer, or should we ask Big Mike and our wonderful unknown player for today to do so on their side? I know it's annoying, but maybe try getting a fresh cache, or just clicking on the link itself instead of copy-pasting a section of it, because you never know.
Yeah, because we all came in. It's working. Murakan is online, Zurog is online, you're online, so probably it's on their side.
And for the record, though I bitch and gab about Streamlabs, I do have the Ultra version, so it should support up to 11 people.
Did you delete your cookies, brother? Delete the cookies, internet, history, all of that, and try it again.
There is another alternative. If this fails, we go on Discord and we broadcast the Discord.
We can do it from there. I can certainly simplify things like that in case of emergency scenario. If that is what's going to happen, then a bit of a bitch, but I'd take, say 10 minutes, try to set it all up, and...
let them try to delete their cookies and all that shit and see if it
try
starts
to do your
like
thing,
that.
fellas. We'll give the time required to have a cigarette, and if that doesn't cut it, we'll figure out our alternative measures. Now, where are my rolling newspapers? What a terrible fate. To be an ADHD person with a love of knacks and nicks and knickknacks. That is to say, a lot of small, cool little things.
Oh, we got one. Monkey's here.
Aha!
Quail.
Sir.
Yep.
Excellent, brothers. That just leaves lovely, beautiful, wonderful, big Micah, son. You may want to switch your browser, my brother. Why do I feel like I'm talking like Christopher Walken today? Oh, buddies. Friendos, amigos. It's good to have you. It's also good to peg you, but don't talk to me about that. Not usually part of the ORO story, the pegging.
I hope.
Hello,
You.
my beloved friend, Square.
Skew Alex. Our friend Square Alex, or Skewlex as we call him, because I'm afraid that his local nickname would get us all cancelled quite quickly. Therefore, Skewlex is the name that we have chosen. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we're still trying to resolve the very last few of our technical issues. We'll be at it soon, but as we await the last of our companions, have yourself a chat among each other. And Alex, Skewlex, the only thing that you I don't want you to do is spoil who your character is and is doing. But how about you gentlemen, give a tour?
We got Mike,
Oh, we've got Big Mike. It's
my
wonderful.
beautiful, beautiful dwarf.
Tuve que cambiar de vaina,
¿Cómo?
¿De qué?
de browser.
Esos son los cookies, marico. Borra los cookies y vuelve a poner y te carga.
Okay, let me just make some quick adjustments here. Create a projector of this. Boom, kaboom. Share that with you boys. Okay, that way you can see what you look like on stream. And we seem to have a missing Murakan, but as we all make sure to get together and start, let's take these last 5 minutes, have whatever cigarettes we're going to have. I personally will be outside of the house having mine, but I will remain connected and in chat. Please let me know when we have Murakan back with us. And in the meantime, as I was saying, tell the new guy your camera is all black, brother.
Yeah, I know. Because it was smoking, I don't like smoking on camera.
I think that's fair. There's a reason you're not seeing me either. So I'm gonna do mine, and let's all take a few moments to roll our shoulders, get ready, and introduce the new guy to the world of ORO. Now, who can tell me what they remember of the plot? Where are we? What are you doing?
We just got to this new city. I almost kill a guard.
Oh yes, indeed. You had a bit of a rough start, but ain't that all usually the case with adventurers?
Yeah, but at the end, I think we get into the city. They were sorting things out. With the guards of the city.
Well,
We also traveled through the jungle by flying, almost got eaten by a giant bird, avoided a jade golem that was collecting corpses, and met the motherfucker.
Yeah.
Ah, the motherfucker. That crazy man, tiny, diminutive is he, but for the gigantic jadestone mask which makes him float. It's kind of like a Tingle situation if if you played your Zelda games. Except that he just bounces around the night, giggling like a madman whenever he touches the ground. Wild, transformative magic occurs. You guys got kind of lucky because you technically rolled on the more perilous table, but what happened is your wizard created a type of shelter that negated the damage that was produced. So you got very lucky in that sense. It could have been worse, as it was revealed at the end of last session. One of the worst curses that the motherfucker can bestow is putting taste buds in parts of your body that shouldn't have them.
Oh shit.
Yeah, something about the magic in this place has a lot of body horror to it. I wonder what's up with that. Maybe the writer has a fixation. Could any of you put into words what your mission in the city is?
Hang on.
We gotta find, what's the name of the magician we're
Simple words.
We're trying to find?
We're going to find a guy. What was the other thing?
We have to unpack everyone from the box with the help of that.
There is a
And
man, there is a
hopefully-
woman, and there is a box.
Yeah,
That sounds like
hopefully
the start
talk
of a
to
bad
White
joke.
Orchid.
And that's the thing. You know that in the city, your supposed patron, the woman that you technically competing against each other to marry, the actual owner of the town that you belong to, White Orchid. In here somewhere.
She's the guest of the mayor of the city?
In this case, a person, the way that it translates, well, I don't know the local word for it, as unfortunately I'm rusty on my Imperial. But it translates roughly to princeps, not exactly a prince. It's more like a position of primacy. But you can think of it like a mayor. Yeah. Now, one thing that you may not know, and I'll let you fellas know, is that there is a difference between a family and a city. But I guess we'll learn about that today. Hey, little puppy. Will you help me murder the heroes most painfully?
¿Cómo que little papi?
I've got a little puppy.
¿Quién es tu
dummy.
papi? ¿Quién es tu papi?
Little puppy.
My little beast of war. My doggy. My boy.
Tu daddy.
Well, you are certainly at war with a motherfucker half the time, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know what happened today.
I don't know if he... no, he's just extremely quiet. I thought your cam was frozen, Monkey.
He was frozen. Had a little bit of a tech issue
okay.
there for that time.
Okay.
And now, I make my appearance. Hello, gentlemen. It is good to see you. Oh, and that is our lovely wizard back. Now I present to you all my little beast of war, who has grown quite a bit since last you saw him, in might and terror. So, will you help me kill the heroes most painfully today? Yes, I will, Dad. I don't want to do his voice all squeaky like because I think that's gross. Heroes, it's so good to see you. Okay, little puppy dog. Your daddy's about to do something horrible. Relax. I love you. Okay. Let's get all my shit ready. All of my pages of new lore. My stats. And etc. Anything missing? Is anything missing? Got my dice. Let us have a very quick check of the Doom camera. Which, oh my god, so many things that you should not see. Doom camera. We will do our rolls here. Hello, Juilliards. Welcome. Thank you very much for your follow. Welcome to the game. I make no promises of following anybody anywhere because I am a lazy piece of shit. And that's our Doom camera. Allow me to get into character myself.
Don't worry, Julie, I got you. Thanks for passing by.
Is that the same user, Juilliard? Same user on Instagram? I'm sorry, on X too?
It's Julia.
It's probably a bot.
X. Julia X Art. He's on X.
We'll assume that it is a real person for now. But even if that were the case...
Pretty sure he's a real person.
Okay.
No.
Or as real as VTubers can be. Oh man. Her art is really good. Okay, let's get back to
the sound of a city. This is something that you may have missed for a time. It's almost funny how used you get to the sounds of the jungle. of a place that is magically and vibrantly alive around you when you're fully immersed in it. But after approximately 30 days, 22 by your game master's count, you have arrived at the city of Tenki. Now, your arrival wasn't perfectly smooth. Or maybe it was for adventurers. You were received upon the newly built Imperial Road by a group of working legionnaires, and one of them had a very surly attitude, didn't he? A certain Sergeant Brutus, which traded words with our wizard Amadeus, who, not willing to back down, decided to escalate. Now, luckily perhaps, the situation was intervened by, well, what passes for the law among these parts, so it seems, a warrior with bird-like wings. He took off his armor, or rather his headpiece, and claimed that he was Lanciac's first sergeant, and that he was friends with one of the people you came here to meet, the wizard Half-Moon Loki. When we last left our heroes... Ooh, the crinkling. It's good. Bon appetit. But mute it, please. When we last left our heroes, they were not being exactly taken into custody, maybe more like protection, as Sergeant Lanciax once again intervened when another group of flying policemen attempted to talk to you. When he came back, he revealed that the situation was more complicated than it seemed, and you decided to head together into the town, or the part of it at the base of the wall, the mountain. And we find ourselves now in an Imperial building. Gotta admit, it's a lot more comfortable than you expected, even though the walls are made out of the jade stone that you see by now is a very common material. It's just nice. There is a lot of scattered seating around. There's a central cooking area. This looks like a home. You don't think you've been taken to a police station, and your suspicions are, completed once your contact, a Sergeant Lanciax, begins to take off his armor and set it up ceremoniously on a stand. He's taken you to his home. It's gonna take him a moment to take the armor off, and the guy doesn't seem to be much for words. Is there anything that you'd like to take a look at?
How valuable is everything that is around? It looks shiny. It look everything that is around on the in his house. It looks shiny. It looks expensive, luxury.
Well, here's the thing. There is a lot of craft work and stuff that is culturally new to you. So that's why I haven't described it very deeply. It's like, it's not alien, because everything here is made by the hands of man or something that is human-like. It's just new culture. So it's more like, do you want to roll me a perception check to see if anything stands out? Or do you just want to take a generalized look around?
Let me just check with the die. It's 23 total.
Oh shit, what a 23. That's one fucking hell of a description. Amadeus, you wanted to say something before I launch into a long description? Let me get you.
No, what I want to do is I really want to look in detail at the armor and everything that has to do with it, because of the magic, basically the magic part of the armor.
Okay, so
go with Surak and then you come to me. Yeah.
One by one. Surak Soli, is there anything you want to add before I start describing?
Well, I just look around to see if this guy has family, and then I'm gonna look at the window to see where in the city are we, and if I can get some details on the monkey carved out of the fucking wall of a cliff.
Okay, we'll go from less specific to more specific. The first thing is that you are still you're about within half a mile of I'm gonna call it the mountain monkey, or just the monkey itself to refer to it, because it's a gigantic statue in the white limestone of the cliff that spans from the lower city in which you are up to the middle and higher sections of the city where the floating buildings are. So you guys are still in the lower city, and you didn't walk too far in. For what it seems like, this guy doesn't have the money to own an expensive residence in the more, rude parts of the city. But this is what seems to be not just the house of a warrior, but a home. So to answer your question, Zorok, you are the first to realize that, this guy does have family. You see that there's a bunch of thrown pieces of leather that upon closer examination, close to the door, are actually like different sizes of sandals, some of them for children. Some of them, it takes you a moment to recognize them because some of them are kind of weirdly shaped, and you see these little hoods that you don't know what they're for. These little like triangular hoods also placed by the door. Then, with a 23 Murakhan, you take a look around the house, and like I'm saying, it's humble, but it's also very comfortable. Like it is primarily a square type of location. It's kind of like a cigarette in that it's got two different levels, the one on top presumably being the actual people's rooms. It's a little bit narrower. It's all square, but all of the square shapes are gentle, even in the way that the walls have been carved. Like the very carvings are rounded. It's not aggressive. You do notice a few things probably of higher value. In the very center of the room, there is this hanging pot, which is the first kind of steel work that you've seen these people use on the average. It is a large blackened steel pot that's hanging over a fire pit, with wooden seats on the sides and a lot of sand in the center, sort of to hold the heat, but also to let people be comfortable at night. It just feels very cozy. You do notice two very important things. There is a lot of high quality pieces of small pieces of obsidian hung on what you assume is the kitchen area. It looks to be high quality cooking tools. And there's also a very, very dark, sort of woman-shaped thing placed on a higher, drum, also filled with sand and little bits of incense burning within. And so the room is just very homely. The areas are not quite divided by hanging tapestries and silks. And it's just, this guy's taking you strangers to his home. And to finish, Amadeus, you've seen so much new cool magic in just the few minutes you were walking around the city, but your mind is a little bit boggled. One thing that you would have noticed a lot is that Lancius was far from the only person wearing his armor, and you saw some people straight up flying that didn't have natural wings. So because you were probably watching out for this, you noticed that they had feathers stuck to their armor, which would burn away periodically as they moved through the air. And you felt small discharges of magic there. So that was interesting. Finally, you're looking at the armor that the guy is wearing, and you're not familiar enough with a lot of the symbolism and technique used here, but you notice the care of the work, it is meticulous. Like every little vambrace, every little piece of armor seems to have a different self-contained spell within. And it makes you think, well, even if this guy's not a caster, he probably wouldn't fall just because you hit him with one offensive spell or one changing spell. It seems like this is a technology in this world. And you suddenly realize that eating a big ball of gold to make a spell strong is probably the short end of the pool. There's deeper to go here.
All right. So as I'm
man's finished taking off his armor.
All right. So I'm walking around, and I find a place to sit and say, well, thank you for letting us into your quite nice home. Anytime we should leave before the missus arrives?
No. No, that won't be a problem. It's not the first time I've dealt with adventurers, so I sent her and the kids off to her mother's place, off in the country, through the Empress's road, so low danger.
Okay.
When Mr. Half Moon says, make a place safe, I kind of understand what that means. So I guess I should let you guys know. It was lucky. No. I guess I wasn't sure what to believe, but the artificer said that you would be there that day, and you were, and so an incident was avoided.
Yeah, thanks for the help.
Now, what is it that you actually want here?
Well, as we told you when we arrived, I would say the first concern that we have is the probably over 100 people trapped in this box. Among which
magical box.
Among which there's a few important individuals. How likely are wolves to be listening here?
House is probably safe. Broad daylight, didn't see many clouds, so I don't think we're gonna have to worry about rain dancers in the air. Master Wizard, you're muted.
You're mute.
So I look at Zurok and I said that won't be a problem. And I use silence, like a silence aura.
Okay, so generally the way silence works is it makes everybody inside of the aura unable to use, spoken language, which it's more of an offensive anti-wizard tool. But I'll allow you to cast it. There are higher level versions of this, but I'll allow you to cast a silence, which is not inclusive of you, so that what you say will remain here. Like, I get what you're trying to do, but in order to do that meta magic, why don't you roll me an Arcana check, difficulty 13?
Okay. Okay, that's 13 plus.
That works.
8.
You throw up a sphere of silence, and there is a moment of disorientation as Surok is quite literally talking, and then he can't hear himself even inside of his own head. And then you do the trick of like whoop, removing the center of it, and you guys can hear each other. Maybe a little bit too much. You can hear each other. The only thing you can hear is each other breathing and talking inside of this sphere.
Right.
But you know you won't be heard now.
Thank you.
Well, how big is the house right now?
Well, house is about 30 feet across each way. It's a square, and you could say that the circle that Amadeus is projecting must be covering the walls up to the outside, because you can't hear the street. So, it must be pretty good.
Okay. What I want to do is cast alarm as well.
Okay.
In a way that the perimeter, in a way that the perimeter covers at least 1 or 2 feet outside the door of the house, in the front. Okay. So
I'll say that you keep watch for the process of it. I know that you have very high passive perception. You put alarm around the perimeter. A little bit of your spectral shadow also goes around the house. It essentially means if anybody tries to come in through the Shadowverse, or through the underside, as some people like to call it, you will notice. So nobody with your set of powers will get you unaware.
All right. So, you say your name is Lance?
Yes. First name, Lance Yax. No real second name, I suppose. I was born in the city. But that's quite all right. Well, we'll take Hawk.
Some introductions. My name is Zurok. The old man is Amadeus. The lizard boy is Morrikan. The dwarf is Sully. And in the box, have you ever heard the name Waltemok?
Yes, of course. I mean, everybody hears stories when they're kids, you know? They tell about Temok the turtle man. You see that he makes a number of faces, and he goes,
Do you want some wine to drink that?
Weirder shit happens often enough. I may be one of the few people that you're going to meet in your life that is just gonna fucking roll with it. That's why I'm a good policeman.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's a lots of people in there. I assume that's what's called a clown box. I don't know how you came upon that. It may not be the most important thing to learn today. Here's a pressing question, however. How are you going to move through the city without any kind of identifying bands? Especially because I need you to understand that even if you are from the family that you've said you have decided to join, you're technically fugitives even that way.
Okay.
That's why I came to get you.
All right. So that's why it would be great if we talk to Lady White Orchid. However, you mentioned that she is
That's the
as a
problem.
guest. Now,
Listen.
I have heard that phrase before. Is she a guest or an unwilling guest?
Well, let's just say that it was the game master who blue screened here for a moment, not the actual character. Well, let's just say that a bird in a cage doesn't sing unless you let it out, and this bird is not going to be singing. But I need you to understand that something weird is happening, which is that I could swear that yesterday I was working for a different political system. Not literally speaking, but something is weird. Like, on your way here, did you see a field of flowers?
With a golem that was picking up reborn corpses? Yeah.
Well,
Steer clear.
That shouldn't be there by now. It's been over a month. Okay, we're gonna have to walk in a bit, but first let me tell you something. Our patron, or rather my patron, the person that told me where to go and get you guys, is also right now technically fugitive. So I'm having a really hard time imagining how I'm going to put you all in the same room, because I am assuming you need the artificer's help to get the box undone.
Yeah.
All right. Here's an idea. I could either send a message to White Orchid. The thing is that everybody else is going to see the message.
Yes, I suppose I didn't explain this correctly, but Mrs. Orchid is currently being held at the Princeps Ziggurat at the very top of the high city. So that will be the big pyramid that's at the very highest part of the city. Our city hall, I think, is a translation that works for most adventurers. Let me be a little less mysterious. That field of flowers is the place of something called a summer war. I know that you are people from the Mist. You've been here for less than a month, have you? What you need to know
For the sake of simplicity, let's say yes.
So, we have a god that's alive. Two of them, in fact. The one that looks most like me comes around every now and again. Every 3 months, to be more or less precise. There's some variation with this. Our eagle god brings with him the rain. He is the shepherd of thunderclouds and magic. And whenever he comes around, it rains for 3 straight months. We only have 2 seasons, boys. The first season is dry, which is what we are right now, and the other one is bounty. During bounty, magically charged rain falls into our jungle, and things grow exponentially, for good and ill. And when that happens, sometimes polities will hold what are called summer wars, in which a chosen champion can go and stake his or her family's ownership of the city, of the settlement, or of some other natural good in combat to the death against other champions. It is the only way that a man can really achieve political power. I'm not bitter about that at all. Am I? But I guess what I'm trying to say is we usually don't do that. We are a city. We are not ruled by a single family. We elect the family that leads us every 4 years. And it's a little less direct than being part of a clan, but it's more stable because we don't do shit like send our rulers to die on a field of flowers. So why the fuck do I have distinct memories of our rulers choosing not to go to the battle they died in last month? I guess what I'm trying to say is around a month ago I woke up and it's like history had changed. And if you're looking for the fucking artificer, don't you dare tell me that you're not connected.
Okay. How? So you're constantly experiencing, like, at some point, like, if you're living a different life.
I feel like I've already lived through this month before, which is part of why I knew that the guy you were being harassed by is called Brutus.
Yeah.
Tell that guy that he owes you his life.
It's fair enough. Listen, I think he hasn't passed his first army year. I think his current soldier name is something like Rice and Pudding. Or Rice Pudding? Look, fuck that guy. The jungle will eat him. He's small fry.
Yeah, getting back to the point.
Please.
Yeah, we may or may not. I'm not going to affirm or negate anything in front of policemen, but maybe we could be related to that in a sense.
Not our fault, though. Not our fault. We're just victims here, too.
Yeah.
Roll me a charisma check. Not very high difficulty, but this is something you may want to convince the guy on.
Who?
Okay.
All of us? Just
In
Amadeus?
this case, it'll be Amadeus and Murakana. I'll allow each of you to make a roll, since you're both part of that direct conversation.
Okay, so oh shit, where's my character sheet?
Say charisma, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have charisma plus wisdom, since it's a charisma check. This is a 9 plus 3 is 12.
Plus 4, hold on. Okay, I got a 15 plus 4, that's a 19.
That passes. You see that he's not too suspicious of this. He's just worried because clearly the idea of having more than one set of memories in your head is distressing. You guys you may underestimate just how much crazy shit you've gotten used to.
Okay,
and so
what I'm gonna
is, I listen to you. I hear you.
I'm gonna look at him and say, okay, listen. Trust goes both ways. You want to know more? We need to talk to the wizard, to the artificer. Sorry.
Okay. Now here's the problem. I don't know where the fuck he is.
Okay.
Let me make this a little bit more simple. He composes himself. So I know that Mr. Loki has been staying in a room that he's made into his atelier, but that's near the top levels. And that's what I was referring to before, which is in order to get to the room that he was renting, we're going to have to walk through some residential areas with a lot of guards. And you're not going to be able to do that without the right disguise or some way to go unseen. I can't have you guys being stopped every 50 feet because even my authority has limits. Second,
well, we have
there's no guarantee that he's going to be there. The other option is to find someone that he's dealt with before, because he usually communicates with me by dead drops.
Lizard Boy here can move through the shadows, like one of your shadow cops.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You are shadowbound. Little Jin comes out of your shoulder and goes, "Hello."
So,
shit,
boy.
Little dude, you're cool.
Or you could take us prisoners through the city, taking us someplace else.
I
Yeah,
would
but
rather not do that.
he just said that he doesn't have enough authority to go over the limits. So
Well,
if
that's when
we
we come in and kick anyone
there,
who wants to kick us.
The worry
I
is
think
that somebody will try to pull rank on me and get rid of you. What happened before, the people that I headed off when we were coming into the city, those were just guys from my squad. But if somebody, if a palace guard comes and says, hey, I don't like the look of those prisoners, there's very little that I can do. Technically, I'm army, not city guard, but let's not get into the
yeah,
limitations of
however
that.
your military system is, I will need to know if there is some shadow police over there, so I
Sully, I see
can
you
at least go
disassociating.
to scout. But
Well, you
I
can do
can at
yourself
least
as scouting. Well, if you're going to be using your shadows to scout, might I suggest waiting until nighttime, when you'll at least
Of
have
course.
full cover of night. It is complete morning right now, but you're fully welcome to stay in my home so long as you guys don't call attention to yourselves. I know that my family is not here because I'm clever like that, but I hope I'm not making a mistake by trusting the. He climbs up, and you can make a insight roll if you so want, because you have the context clues to know. But suddenly, your contact goes a little quiet.
I'm not gonna go for insight, but I say, hey, listen. Is there a
This
place
is a
where I can
problem we don't
find
have
some
to
work?
stay here.
Sorry, one person at a time. I heard you. Suruk wants some work. Amadeus, what do you want?
I said, well, we don't want to cause any trouble, so we don't need to stay here if it's going to be a problem for you, man.
I appreciate it, but I did agree that I'd work with Lokia Silver, so I'm gonna stick to my word. It's important here. As for work, Mr. Zurok, no can do. Not without some kind of way to identify you guys as locals. Now,
So how do you identify someone as a foreigner? At the end of the day, that's what at least I am.
well, Mr. Wizard, you are reborn. You could make them some identifying circlets. So he basically explains to you the circlet system that they use, which is essentially it tells you what rank people are, and it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the leg, and the rest on the other one. So what he says is, if you pay some blood, I can help you craft some intermediary stuff. I can help you craft something that will pass most muster, but maybe not being checked by guards. Because I'm not a craftsman, I'm a warrior. So it would take about 10 points of HP per each of your allies that you want to create crafting identifiers for. And you can give each other essentially, you can have rank 4 because you are reborn already. But all of your friends can only have one circlet because they are all, two actually, because none of them have gone through the process. This has legal ramifications, but I'm not gonna, get that complicated right now.
Now hold on. Sorry to interrupt you, but by my guess, White Orchid came here with a retinue, and part of that retinue should be working on building the Imperial Road.
Not quite. The lady came here with a contract with the what's the word here? With the legions. It's essentially a token that you pay for you're renting a squad, so to speak.
Mm.
So beyond that, her train of followers would also have been arrested with her. And yeah, if I didn't say that correctly before, says your host. She's been arrested. She's fully fucking arrested. Enemies of the new management.
Some boas.
Yes,
right?
Very much so. Apparently, this crazy champion that they have, this fucking giant Culture Su, just kicked our kicked our princeps ass. Again, it doesn't make sense. Why would we go to a summer war?
Can anyone be the champion for someone else, or you have to be from the family?
Yeah, you generally have to be chosen, but cities within family clans, it's normal that it'll be a family member. But cities regularly choose champions from among the people. Famously, I heard there's this guy down in what's the name of the city? Down below? Oh, there's this guy down in Pericos who's an orc, was originally an orc, calls himself Torrent. Yeah, the reborn orc goes by the name of Torrent.
I gotta talk to that guy.
Highly recommend it. Apparently the dude is a preeminent philosopher. You know, talks with his
What?
fists. Hey, who said that combat was mindless? And when he says that, like, you look at his kit and you realize there is martial pride in this.
No, but
police.
it's not that, because I have seen warriors and other kinds, but an orc that is a philosopher. Remember, for a moment, remember that my reference for an orc is Gaskell.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You remember your old, you want to call him a mentor? I don't think he was stable enough as a thinking being to be called anything intentionally, but he was powerful. Old Gaskell taught you many dirty tricks, and he also taught you how to endure in a way very few others ever have. But you're right, it's hard to imagine him doing sophistry, or even trying to talk like Amadeus.
So does this Terrence guy name ring a bell on me or something? And
Who again?
Torrent.
No,
this Torrent guy, the
doesn't
name-
ring a name to you at all. Completely new.
So,
okay, let's look at the guy. Okay, so listen, do you have any picture of like a painting of the artificer?
No, but I can
will need to know at least
He's going
how
to try to do a charcoal drawing on on one of the stones nearby. Let me just make a quick roll here, see how good he gets it. Oh my god, where's my D20? Guys, no! Death, destruction. I am missing a D20. Can somebody roll it for me?
Do you want me to roll a d20?
Yeah, roll me a D20. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to roll using fucking Google.
Motherfucker.
Check.
19. 19.
Oh shit. So somehow Sergeant Lansix must be a artist in his free time, because he makes you a strikingly realistic portrait of a young man, and he says, well, I've only seen him in the dark, but he kind of looks like this. He looks half elven. He's got a very elfin looking face, and he's drawing with charcoal, so he says he has black hair, so this fits. Green eyes, which he's not able to do the color, but he makes some very pretty looking eyes. Guy usually wears a split tunic and kind of like a Simon Bolivar getup. He doesn't make a reference to Simon Bolivar, but you and I know what I'm talking about. The traje de luces. Tight white pants, and on top of that, like the silver cloak of office. Also a very wide-brimmed hat. So he kind of looks
I look
like
at the picture and say, and you only
Guy-
saw him in the dark.
Listen, guy was unreasonably pretty.
Oh no,
But
that's not what
even,
I'm
not
concerned
even
about.
into dudes, and I'm telling you, it was kind of bothersome. Like, you look him in the face, and it's like,
No, I'm saying
what is
you
it
saw
about your
this
soft
guy.
eyes, man?
You saw
Alright,
this
so-
guy in the dark and were able to create this.
Listen, I'm discovering a lot of things about myself. I might not just be a budding artist. I might also have a more complicated sexuality than I thought.
Right.
All right, so here's what I think.
If you fuck the
You have
guy,
some gold?
I need to know.
Any of you guys have got any gold?
I have a necklace.
I don't have anything for you, old man. What do you want to do? Just wait to the night. I'm going to find that guy.
Because I could cast Find Person.
Not to interrupt you, but it would be a total 30 gold cost to create the rings I mentioned. That will allow you guys to at least walk around town, so long as you stay away from police.
30,000 for each ring?
30 points of HP
30 gold.
for Amadeus.
Ah.
All right. Jesus Christ. It's always
That would be
the
total
same
for the
shit.
group.
Wait, when we killed the green dragon, we didn't pick any gold?
No, the entire whole
It
thing
was
exploded.
ended. Yeah,
Yeah, the bastard had
what
acidic
was
blood that
left-
reacted poorly with the gold.
what was left already was used on another magic before. So I need you to draw me a map. At least some drawing, something
Here's how we usually
approximately.
orient around the city. You're currently at the lower town. Think of the statue, right? So he makes you look out a wall, and you're able to see the gigantic, like, white gorilla statue that is, what the city is built around of. And you see that, like, the thing is massive. It must be like 600 feet tall. And what he says is, you're currently at the lower town. Everything that is here at sea and ground level, around the monkey's feet, is lower town. Here's where we, the big poors, live. And this is a city. Too many people to be really called a family. Then you get mid-city, or what we call the knees. And he points you to a number of floating buildings, and he says, that's where you'll find the better markets, where you'll find, the guilds, the associations of makers, during the daylight at least, because a number of the islands travel away at night. And then there's Upper Town, and he points to a number of pyramids. There's like 6 or 7 of them joined to the top of the monkey's hand, and you see to a bunch of like carved pathways over the mountain. He says, Civil Center. That's where you'll find, the mayor. That's where you'll find her troops. That's where you'll probably find your lady. But it's also where guards are the thickest. And I'm gonna be honest with you boys, I wouldn't want to mount an assault on my colleagues for all that they work for bad bosses. We're good at what we do.
Yeah, I was asking for the location of the artificer.
So his office, there are 2
So I cut myself and start. While
You
we're
start
talking
doing
about
your
this, I'll start doing my
You
thing with the
start
blood.
molding the rings, and he says, well, his office is somewhere around the
He
knees.
stabbed his hand again.
Hey, listen, that's how
You-
the magic works here. So his office is somewhere
I'm a little
around
bit
the
of a
right
meme.
knee, and he's also been known to try to hire talent. In fact, we met at the Stupid Dragon 2, which is on the left knee. So you guys would have to probably go up the monkey.
Around the knees, then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So having
you have
gained
any
that
wine,
30
my
HP, you create 4 rings for yourself, Amadeus, which essentially marks you as like a free person. You are of enough rank that only somebody high up could tell you, hey, you have to do this, right? So only somebody, like, legally speaking, only like the mayor can issue you a command. And what happens is each one of you guys gets a ring, which means that you are technically helots by ranking. But because you're with Amadeus, so long as you're with him, nobody can tell you to go and sacrifice your shit. So you're technically being covered legally by him. And what was I saying just before, sorry?
Weird as fuck. The old man is this legal support in the party. This shit is not good.
What?
I've owned worse looking animals than you. So let's go, Iwana.
Oh, man.
So
That is-
till the night falls, do you have any wine, my friend?
I have wine. I have chocolate wine. I can go and get you guys some maturated king fruit. And I also have fire lick.
Do you
Have you
have
tried-
anything made out of poison toads?
No. I am not a insane person. Why would you? Do you have one?
Do you have anything that could help me heal a little bit?
Just
you
a
know?
moment. Just having to scratch my ear. So healing. I have some of my wife's pot roast. That'll allow you to use a charge of your healing. You can treat this as a long rest if you guys are going to stay in Lansix's house until the night. So
Okay, then I need to really
benefit
rest
from it.
Okay.
As for alcohol, he offers you all of those things. And the last one, the fire lick, is a liquor made out of the truth peppers that we mentioned last game.
Wait,
Quite literally
Oh,
makes
I
you
want
belch
some of that.
1d4 fire damage every time you take
does
you take some.
does he have gold stored?
Do I? Yeah, he opens up a chest by his armor, and you see that he has a bag of what looks like painting supplies. And then you realize the bag is full of powdered gold and paint. And he says, you wet the brush like this, and you can apply it on your armor if you want to make some spells. Please, don't spend it all. My salary is not too great.
Wait, why do we need his gold?
Because we have
I mean, I was
no
just
gold.
trusting that you'd pay me back eventually. Are you not that kind of adventurer?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't been paid for shit ever since I got here, but
And we don't need to take this man's money. He's being good enough letting us stay in his house and risking his neck.
Well, I can teach you a little bit about how to use this. I saw you were looking at my feathers. He is pointing to you, Amadeus.
Now you were talking. All right,
So-
let's see what you
You're not taking the goal of this man. You're not
So-
taking
I'm not
the
taking-
knowledge of this brood fucking man.
I am taking
Wow,
the
what
knowledge.
is your fucking wine?
And after that, so he basically teaches you a little bit about how to put spells into consumables. What he teaches you is how to put up to level 1 spells on feathers. Now, here are your limitations. You need to be using powdered golden glue, which is part of Spellcrafter's toolkit. He won't give you his full supply, but he'll give you some things if you want. And you need living feathers. So that's the difficult bit, which is that you need a feather that's large enough, and that is from a either from some kind of magically powerful animal or ideally a person. What he teaches you is that it's very common for friends in the Empire, because there's a lot of bird people, to just trade with each other some heart feathers, some that are especially nice, and be like, oh, I put a healing spell in this one for you. He gives you 5 of his, which it's kind of painful to take them out, but like taking out a beard hair, it's like And 2 from this
All right.
one. It's a gift. You can spend up to 50 of my GP. I'm sorry that I'm not a very good crafter. If you go to a temple, they might be able to teach you more. But you can essentially you can charge up to 5 of these.
all right. So first up, I put on the ring,
You put it on.
and how high? What is the elevation of the house in relation to the rest of the low town?
Oh, you are on a small hillock, but it's like 10 feet. It's just because this is sea level, and you realize that, you can see above some houses, but there are higher dwellings closer to the mountain. So you can't actually see the actual feet of the statue.
All right. So I just say, hey, can I borrow your chair?
Yeah, go ahead. Sit, man.
So I grab the
Everybody's
chair
house.
and start walking outside.
What are you doing?
And don't worry, all habits. I just sit on a point of the hillock, probably next to the house, and I still have one point of exhaustion, so I'm trying to relax, but also trying to observe, as I would observe any kind of low town. I am looking for the shady shit corners, and
You're trying to get a sense of the city based on how the buildings are, where people are moving, do a bit of people watching, kind of get
Exactly.
to know your new haunt. get that. I get that.
So yeah,
You can roll
I just
me-
lay back like this, light up a cigarette, and stare.
You can roll me either an insight or a perception check, if you so want. That'll give you some information later. Mr. Sullivan, what are you doing in all this? Taking a look around Lance's
Still,
house,
still associating.
disassociating in the back. That's absolutely fair. I think you probably feel a little awkward in this family environment. but for the
I
wrong
rolled
reasons.
an 18.
It's a very good roll. Get with you in a moment.
Can you
Huracan, were you
just-
doing? Are you gonna do anything in specific until night falls?
Just grabbing some wine and food from this man because we probably haven't eaten anything at all for the last part of the journey. Is the
Right,
fucking
so-
mushroom?
Surviving on
me.
blueberries is awful because they don't taste like anything. They fill you up immediately. Sometimes they make you have the shits. And when you eat a bunch of summoned food, like you start to get less and less nutrition over time. So like you've seen this in a lot of rangers. Like they keep going, but they keep getting gaunter and crazier looking because they're just not getting nutrition. Good berries are just calories. Solid.
I feel awkward, so I will sleep outside of the house. Is
All
that
right.
okay?
Let's say you sit down next to Zorak and just you're meditating, resting the eyes. Being wise.
They're both gonna stay there. How long? For a while, right?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Where I go outside and say, okay, sorry, but before I go to sleep, I have to do something.
What?
I do the same. I cast the thorns around them to make like a little shelter, so it's not easy for them to be spotted.
Oh man, the homeowners association is gonna hate me for this. Could you at least put some like rose bushes on it or something? Says Lance.
Yeah, yeah.
Transform his yard. Thank you, much appreciated. My wife will love them.
No,
And,
don't worry. I'll let some flowers
sorry,
before I
Morgan,
go.
I
No,
interrupted
I
you
even make it
rudely
with I
before.
make it beautiful. I make it look good, like with flowers and everything. I spent two spell slots just to make it look nice.
Sorok, it's kind of metal because whenever you sit down to rest and a goddamn spiked bush grows around you, and it grows a bunch of bloody flowers, but it's also kind of like, I don't think you've ever seen a metal video, but at this point, the distance between the goth from South America and the orc is it's like paper thin. Murakan, you get given a bunch of nice stuff to try because the moment you start going through Lance's food, he like lights up the fire and starts cooking stuff. He gives you some cold cuts, and it's the first time you try chicken with chocolate, which is actually very interesting. Because you sort of have a number of, a delectation of dishes from the area. I think it's the first time you ever taste a cold arepa. It gets given
I
to
think
you,
it's
just
the
like,
first time I
sorry, it's
taste
cold,
arepa.
man. This one's got it's all chicken essentially, which I know it's weird because I have wings, but we eat a lot of chicken in this house. It's low in calories. What can I say?
It has chicken and avocado.
What is
Yes,
this?
actually, we have a lot of that stuff.
Okay.
We call it.
Is that a
tentacles.
pepiada queen? Is that a pepiada queen?
How did you know that?
Sorry, meme moment.
Yeah, we have a number of those, and straight up gives you some arepas. These are part of our foods here. We do a lot of shit with corn. And with that,
So I
I'm just
imagine
gonna give
someone
Sorok-
brings some to me.
Absolutely.
And I
Listen
just
up,
go,
Listen,
the fuck is this thing?
listen, I may be on the roughs with my wife, but it's. I may have taken that arrow to the wing, but I'm always going to be an adventurer, and I think she approves of it in a way and demonstrates it with her cooking. So you guys can have as much as you want.
Did you say
And-
arrow to the knee?
No, arrow to the wing. Get it? Because I'm a flyer. The joke is I got married. All right.
Like in
Yeah, we're
Skyrim?
rough, but I love the woman. All right, and so Sorok, before we close the scene, we'll take a very quick break, just because I'm trying to do some good descriptions here. I'll let you know what you see with that 18, and with the advantage of being in your very own hideout spot, which is that You notice a city that is happy, which is weird to you, because even
Yeah,
in the way
very.
that the haphazard buildings are separated, just kind of makes sense. You see people walking with friends, like they're you for the first time in your life. You have an idea of something called city planning, which is astounding. Where you come from, cities just grow around the place of strength. People gather and streets are all intertwined and shitty. But here you see like neighborhoods, you see fairly well ordered groups of people. You notice that a lot of people have wings and fly from one level to the city of the other, carrying messages or doing whatever they're doing. Sometimes from a distance you can't tell. But you do notice something. It catches your eye because it's the first one that you've seen here. But you see a boat. You see a boat on the water that comes to harbor. But the weird thing is, I mean, the harbor is very primitive from where you're able to see it, but it's that the boat doesn't have any sails, almost as if it was being dragged. And because you were the one that was watching for it, you were the only person to see this before we take a quick break. You see a whale come out of the water, its head breaching the white crested waves as it quite literally takes flight lazily without changing its motion of swimming up, 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 up into one of the floating pyramids up top, upon which you notice the moment that it uses an errant shadow to transform into a person. For a moment, you think you see a very beautiful woman take a very short stumble onto the edge of a platform. Night falls. I'm gonna go have myself a cigarette before we go a hunting for a wizard. Hey, they did say you would have to get on a whale. You've seen your first one. Gentlemen, 6-minute break only. I just want to have myself a cigarette and some water before we continue. Is that okay? Count
Okay.
your minutes starting now. quicker, maybe even than expected. It seems that we have lost our handsome stranger today, which is a bit of a shame.
Sorry?
Oh, our unknown player.
Are you
It
still
was
showing here?
complicated. Yeah, we have him. I have him here on technically on camera, but our friend Spulex is a little busy today. But he, advised that it was likely to happen. So we'll see about that as we continue.
It was
And
already.
also, what the fuck happened to my D20? I'm literally gonna have to start rolling on Google, which is terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh, fellas, night falls. Falls as we await our last compatriot. He should appear soon. Let's just go back to the loading screens as we await our compatriot. As usual, things take their moment, and we're all from South America. And now, in the glorious shade of my not being seen screen, I will proceed to do things which are illegal in many parts of the world, but for which I have been sanctioned by the King of England. Just a quick moment. Hey, puppy. No, you don't go outside. You're fucked. You don't go outside, puppy boy. You have committed sins against the crown. Gentlemen, do you wish to proceed, or shall we await our beloved Sullivan? Very well, then. Understandable. It happens. Happens to the best of us sometimes. So, here's what happens. Night falls gently, and as the sun sets below the horizon, there is a wonderful light show that you can see even through the small windows of the house, as the sun goes between the cascading waterfalls that bring sweet water from across the bay. And then it is night. The city quietens a little. For all its wonder and floating buildings and sometimes enormous people, it works like a city. Most people go to sleep when the sun goes down. So it should be safer to walk the streets. What would you do, gentlemen?
Let's go find the guy. Well, Morrigan can track us, so he can start. While we make our way there, he can start trying to find him. And if we have to move to a different place, he can find us and let us know.
All right, fellas. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, as a group, are you going to travel stealthily, or are you going to try to be fast?
Let's go fast. We have our rings and stuff.
I would say stealthily. Because, sure, we have the rings, but even with those, Lance told us to steer clear of cops.
Yeah, so basically, I'm not going to go with you guys, because I would stick out like a sore thumb. If you are just a group of 3 people going around the city, that's one thing, but guards know my face. And I'm worried that I would call attention to you. Now, I've written the exact address, and you see that he hands you a scrap of paper that says something like right knee, left convolution, second store, blah, blah, blah. You'll be able to find your way there. But if you are going to be questioned, I would recommend running. Because I don't know what the Boas have done. People have been accepting dice for things that they shouldn't. So I can't answer for my colleagues, honestly. Empress be with you all. So set on out.
Will you
Alright,
guys be walking around the city? Will I try to go ahead and scout the stone?
So I'll allow the
Yeah.
following. if you do a see here. If Murakhan does me a difficulty 20 stealth check, I'll say that you're able to give the other 3 advantage on a survival throw to reach your location without impediments. That'll be a group survival if you are able to pass the stealth.
Can I use a spell for that to enhance my results?
Yes, you may.
Okay, then I will use. Let me just mark it on my 4.
But don't you have a spell that gives us like a plus
Yeah.
full ton of numbers
Pass
with
without
stealth?
trace, which gives you a plus 10 to stealth. That'll make the numbers much easier to achieve. So you
Yeah,
spend
that's exactly what I'm using.
you spend a slot and call your shadows to you. So how about we negotiate something here? Since Pass Without Trace is a very incredibly useful spell for stealth types, we'll say that whenever you're using it on yourself, that's when you are wearing the shadow pajama. Like that's when you're wearing your shadow form made out of Jinn smoke on top of yourself. So you cast the spell on top of you, you get that plus 10. Roll that stealth.
Okay. That's 10, 16, 19.
With a 19, you don't grant your friends advantage, but I'll say you can grant them a +2 bonus to the stat to be used. So you're not quite able to give them a route that avoids any kind of police presence, but they may be able to do the job themselves. So, gentlemen, I need all 3 of you to roll survival. Difficulty is 15. If 2 of you fail this roll, I will roll on the encounter table. You have a +2 bonus granted by your companion, on top of whatever bonuses you have already.
Survival?
Yes, sir.
10.
What? Which stat is used for survival?
I got a
Yes.
1.
You got a 1. Sully?
Yeah.
4.
Oh dear. Murakhan, it's not your best, but it's also not your friend's best. So you kind of feel okay. You feel a little bit less okay about the fact that once they've gone through the majority of the city and reached the foot of the stairs carved into the wall that start to bring them up to the mid-levels to where the knees of the sitting gorilla are, they cross a corner and completely trip against a small group of guards. There's 3 people wearing the armor of the Eagle Warriors. One of them is not an eagle person, but he's wearing the thing on his back with the extra added wings. And you see that a scuffle begins. Now, fellas, with 3 failures, you've stumbled into a group of police. How do you want to try to resolve this amicably?
Yep.
Yeah.
How?
I
You guys
say.
lead here before I describe anything else.
I just
So-
Alright.
recommend
Sorry,
you
guys.
that
Wrong corner.
speak
No, no.
first.
I just here's what I said. Here's what my suggestion. Play cool, keep walking, and let them talk to us like a policeman would. And let's see how we go from there.
So there's a beef struggle. There's some there's some to-dos with the sorries and some approximation of civility. I'm gonna make some perception rolls here. I'm gonna roll using Google because screw me. There are 3
That's
policemen, and what they're going to be looking for is anything that's weird, anything that's out of the ordinary. And I'll say there are a few details. So, roll a d20.
I'm just watching.
First one is a 12.
Okay.
Second one is a 10. The third one is a modded 11. One of the policemen takes one long look at Zorok's arm and then at you guys' arm, where he sees that you have your rings. But at a difficulty of 13, he doesn't quite make the connection that they look weird because they're still fresh. They haven't quite hardened. You guys pass on. The three, people don't make more of a hassle. You continue going up the stone stairs, and there is a moment in which you admire the carved stone pubes on the gorilla. Just because, look, you're going up he's sitting in like cross-legged position, you're going up the left leg, so you are looking at the wall, and those are some impressive pubes. Wonderful artisanal value. The night air is cool. As you reach the desired height at the top of the knee, you see that there is a small carved bridge that then leads into a section of the mountain that's been hollowed out, and there's more city inside of the walls. So from here on, it's not quite underground, but it's in the walls. And you have Loki's address. Has any of you tried to find an address in a city before? I'm being honest here. This is not like, are your characters literate? Do they understand a plan when somebody says Street B, Room C, etc.?
I have.
Morkan is a head hunter, so if he doesn't know how to follow direction, he will have died before Suro killed his.
Yeah, and I used to be a sword for hire in the same city, so at some point I had to ask about directions.
Okay, so
I have
want to ask
more
any of you
than
guys.
And
1,000
for
years.
some reason, I
Okay.
have the paper with the address, but I'm like, so Sura, where should we? No, so Murakan, where should we go?
Okay, fellas. So you botched those survival checks so hard that I'm gonna need you to help each other find your way around here. You are mid-city is a number of connected floating buildings, but most of what the areas that you're gonna look for in are the carved apartments, the lightless rooms that are deeper into the mountain. So please, as a group, roll me a. I guess we can call it another survival check, unless you guys have.
Wait, can I use
What
stone
appropriate
cunning?
characteristic. You can use stone cunning. It immediately becomes useful as you begin to head into the mountain, and light is just not as. There are not as many torches as you would like to have. So, Sully, your ability keeps anybody from having to roll with disadvantage. Very good.
So what we're rolling again?
It's called
Survival.
survival as well.
Okay. No
Difficulty
extra
15.
bonuses.
You said this
Difficulty is
was
15.
a well planned city, right?
20.
Well,
I got a 6 plus 4. That's a 10.
15 plus 3, 18.
perfect. With 2 passes. Allow me to explain. So yes, the city outside is planned, but this looks older. This entire area of the city is like literally carved out of the wall, not made out of jadestone. Now that you're looking for that, you notice just something around the art looks different to you. You are aware of the fact that, hey, sometimes in the world has more past than many people can imagine. Maybe these weren't the first inhabitants here. Also, brother, I think we've lost you camera-wise.
Yeah,
We're seeing a
I just
little
noticed
tiger,
that my camera is
but we have you on audio.
my phone died.
The
so-
outside city was
Good to
clearly
know.
delineated into like a farming sector, a residential area, the docks. This is like a maze of tunnels. This is a curiously primal warren. And you see, as you travel along, sometimes there are doors and openings, like evenly spaced, like people have built rooms along with a plan, but sometimes there's just a trapdoor on the ceiling as the cave gets more and more ancient, and you see that somebody's house opening is a trapdoor on the ceiling.
Okay, No, I
This
was
place is
asking
old.
because if the city was planned, at least I can. I was
You
asking
can
to
imagine the
try
logic of it.
check with perception instead of survival, because if it's planned, I assume that every street is identified.
A very intelligent assumption. I would have given you a bonus if you hadn't, hit your face against history. But
Okay.
with those two survival bonuses, you guys make your way around the winding caverns. You even go through one that's just filled with glowing luminous crystals for no apparent reason. They glow exactly like that. With that 20, you actually don't waste your time and are able to go through the differently convoluted chambers in record time, and you reach a door. It is a heavy oak wood door in a very craggy, like Mount Natural looking part of the wall. And it says, Half Moon Loki, Artificer and Wizard.
All right, so I walk up to the door and look to the sides to see if there are any people, guards, or anything.
Nothing. It's remarkably quiet.
Can
All
I
right,
go
so kind of like,
from
playing
the owner?
Sly, I just turn and knock and like keep looking around.
The silence, the sound of water droplets falling. You
Can
found
I
some
go
stalagmites on the way.
from the shadows? Can I go in from the shadows?
You can go in. The door is not, what's the word here, fully hermetic, so you could try to make your way under the lintel. If you spend a face step, you can try to go across.
Okay.
Hang on. This fucking puppy wants to go outside. He's gonna have to wait, because now that there is a hole at the far back of my wall, I'm not happy leaving him go. That's what happened today. Real life lore. My dog found a way through the brick wall, and by some miracle didn't get himself crushed by cars. And I found them on the way back. Sundays.
Wow.
So, do you spend a point to try to do that?
Yeah, I will spend one of the misty steps I have to get in.
Oh, the sample sound didn't quite. So there is a sound like a ringing bell, and Murakhan is all of a sudden not shadowy anymore. It's like you try to go underneath and then boop. Huh? You hit nullifying magic, you have your spell slot back, but you're not able to go through the door. There is a sound like a ringing bell. Ring.
Well,
It wasn't
someone
even
must have heard
aggressive.
that.
Please repeat.
There is.
Someone must have heard that.
Do you know what
Nothing
that means,
happens.
Olman? I couldn't enter.
Amadeus, it's
Fucking-
it's warding magic, but without even an Arcana check, you can tell that it's A, very high level, B, very gentle. Like that could have been a trap. Instead, Murakhan was just gently bounced off. That tells you something about the caster.
I touched the door.
You touch it, and immediately you hear in your head the voice of assistant spells. It's kind of like little magical AIs, sometimes, depending on how well it's cast, but this one has a very gentle tone as it says, "This is the current residence of Half Moon Loki. The master is currently out of the house. He says he will be back soon. God, this spell is so annoying. You made me like this. Yes, I did. Why did I make you smart? Because you are a cruel god." And then the communication ends.
Well, there's no one here apparently.
Okay.
That's
So,
right. The spell is
You know
talking
what?
to you now.
okay,
Oh.
I look. I said, okay, the wisdom. So you're a talking spell. That's awesome. I love to know how to do that. But first, the
My
artificer
existence
waiting
is so banal. Please end me.
I tried to open the door.
It opens.
Okay, let's go in.
The inside of the room is A, marvelous, B, it looks like it was bombed, but not like a fire bomb, more like, Amadeus, you know this, like you know how an ADHD ass wizard is. And this one must be the worst kind, which is an artificer. Not only is he maybe not even truly a magic caster, but he's just got so much random shit. There's sprockets and rockets and little pieces of machinery scattered in tables around. It's a like little round vaulted ceiling room, very natural cavern thing, but this guy has been making it his own, right? So there's a table with a bunch of scattered papers about. There's some magical equipment which you don't immediately recognize, a little bit all over the place, and there's a bunch of food in different like states of rottingness around the room. It just looks like you swear this could have been your room when you were in the academy. You've had this is what a student's room looks like. So yeah.
Okay.
So, if he's not here, we have two options. We can either look for clues as to where he may be, or we can wait for him.
All right. I'm gonna go with an investigation check to see if I can find any clues of where he is or what happened to him.
Absolutely. Roll an investigation or a perception check. Generally, perception will give you more like, I'm looking around stuff, and investigation will allow you to put 2 and 2 together.
So can I go with both? First perception and then investigation?
I would recommend doing that. As a group,
so
I would recommend everybody to roll perception, and then usually the cleverest person wants to do the investigation.
All right, so I'm gonna look for signs of violence, which
22?
I'm pretty sure is gonna be hard to catch in this mess.
Yeah, admittedly, you're not sure.
Okay.
Amadeus?
22 perception. 22 on perception.
Nothing.
Holy
5.
shit. Well, with a 5, Zorok, you're not sure. Also, I don't think you've ever been to higher education, so for all you know, this guy was attacked. Like somebody was trying to steal his shit or whatever. Amadeus, with a 22, you recognize the effects of an extended week of studying a single problem, because just a very quick look around lets you know that a lot of these documents seem to be all talking about the same thing. You can't make out the words on most of them, but you do notice a scroll written in Conestonian Imperial. And you see that it is a reference to different kinds of magical poisons. It seems these guys were studying poison.
Oh shit. I got an 18 for perception as well.
Holy cow. So with a 23 and an 18, you guys have a good look around the room, and you're able to gather the following. One, the guy took whatever his tools are, because there's a rack along the wall that looks like the perfect hold for like a magical cape and a broom and stuff. You can imagine, maybe they use staffs or whatever. The second thing is that the place wasn't attacked. These people are just like that. They're just wizards. The third thing is that something must be wrong, because among all of the takeout, there's also a lot of bottles of what, with a quick sniff, you realize must be some kind of alcoholic chocolate drink. So, guys, probably drinking too much, maybe.
Okay, and the scrolls make some kind of reference to time, right?
Wait. If he was drinking, I'm gonna look around the area to see if I find him hiding under a bed, under a chair, or passed out in some corner, because
roll a perception
reclusive
check with
people
advantage.
will get drunk.
One of those with advantage.
People will get drunk and pretend that they're not there while they're hungover. Highest is a 12.
With a 12, you notice it immediately. Now that you know what you're looking for, one of the stacks of papers is very clearly rising to the level of somebody breathing. You're able to suddenly hear the guy snoring.
All right, so I just walk up to the pile of papers.
Wait, before you do that, hold on, please, hold on. I'll roll an investigation to try to understand better what he's working on before waking him up.
Okay, so you tell your man to pause. Now you may roll that investigation check, and I'll tell you the following. You
I
can
just
roll it
grab
with
the chair
advantage.
and sit in front of it.
You have a thing with chairs. We should give you a magical one.
Well, that's a 19 plus 8.
So
That's
with
27.
that, again, you don't recognize a large number of the magical languages of the different texts, but you notice you are able to put a couple of things together, which is that one, this guy wasn't working alone. This was a two-person operation. You suddenly notice the way the room is spread out, and there's 2 beds. The second thing that you notice, or rather that you come to, is that these guys were investigating probably that thing that the pigeon man told you about, that poison that guy made. Now you're not able to tell if they were co-conspirators or what the fuck. But there's definitely some relation. Like, why would these people be in this part of the world investigating magical poisons when you know that it's a touchy political subject? And finally, you notice something weird. There's many different sizes of shoes by the door. And you remember that thing Lanciac said, oh yeah, this guy, like, shapeshifts against his will. So maybe one way to solve that.
Okay, now wake him up.
All right, so I grab one bottle, have a sniff. Is there like any leftover?
Yeah, and this one is actually cooler than the rest. It's probably not been too long. There's like a quarter bottle of it. And
All
it's,
right, so
it's
I grab
definitely
it.
chocolatey.
And I just, maybe you can see it from here. I just stomp my feet and go, "Good evening, mister!"
So a number of things happen in quick succession. The first one is that all of the papers that were around the guy go flying in different directions as he jumps into the air like a cat. You notice one thing, though. He has jumped and dodged into the air, but he is still very much asleep. Like, the guy's eyes are closed as he just goes through, like, 2 or 3 protective spells, and all of a sudden he's slow falling and inside of a protective bubble, and you can see him. Yeah, he might be like some kind of... It's like, yeah, he's a cute twink, but have you ever seen a man who's so drunk you can see his dad's face reflected on him? It's that level of hungover as he, like, slow falls and blearily opens his eyes and goes, "The fuck? How'd you get in my house? I'm sorry, boss. I tried to stop him." "No, you didn't. I made you shitty on purpose."
You are an avid drinker.
"Yeah, recently. What's it to you? I lost my friend. Fuck you." There's
Well,
no
I'm
point.
very sorry. Listen, Mr. Half Moon Loki. We are the people that you were sent to wait for by Lance.
I think you got that fucking twisted. I sent him, and you guys to come to me and do we have any more chocolate?
Doesn't look like it.
Oh shit, this guy.
You find
So-
that there's actually, like, there's more. There's something like an 18-pack inside of a stone container. The container is lid off. These ones are fresh. I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you that is a full slayer of a drink, because it's just fucking sweet. Well, it'll get you. It'll get you.
Right. Well, I need you awake, so I just lift him by the shirt, tunic, and
You're
put him
able
on a
to
chair.
grab, like, the magical sphere he is inside. He is a relatively short guy. He's like 5'9", right? So inside of this sphere, which is about yay big, he's like fetal position, like resting, but it's like a sphere of invulnerability.
All right, so I'm holding the sphere, and I just shake it.
Roll me an athletics check with advantage.
Damn. It's a 9 plus 4. 13.
I'm afraid that with a 13, all you're able to do is rock him back to sleep. Once again, the guy looks very chill, but you realize that this man is a veteran drinker. It's like, oh god, thank you for that.
Can I cast
you guys-
create water? Can I cast?
Okay.
I
So
cast
I'm gonna
create
do.
water.
I'm gonna
I
do something very, very, very annoying to any drinker. I grab my sword, and I grab what I can identify as a piece of metal that will ring.
Oh yeah,
Why don't
you
you
absolutely
just
find some magical doodad.
Why
That
don't
looks like
you
a fork.
just throw the wine to the sound to the floor?
That's against
So-
my principles.
You fucking.
So I just ring the thing against the flat end of my sword, like right next to him.
Okay, so how about we call this a performance check with advantage, because I really like it. Difficulty's low, but I'll keep it to myself for the drama.
Oh shit! Natural 20.
So there is a sound like, you ever hear a soprano go fucking batshit? Well, it's even worse, because apparently the piece of magical steel that you grabbed is made out of true silver. Now, you don't know what that is, but Loki does, especially because the sound just seems to amplify on itself until the piece vibrates out of your hand and falls to the ground. And he goes, "Ah!" And all of a sudden his bubble like pops. It just disappears, and he falls to the ground like on all 4 feet. Hisses like a cat, grabs the piece of steel and goes and resets the vibration. You fuckers.
I've been called worse.
Fucking you fuck piece, you fucking. Alright, fine.
Okay,
So what are we talking
while they're looking at it, while they're doing that, I try to look on his things to see if I can just make a small heal poison potion.
Oh, absolutely. The place is well stacked. Like, it's not any type of specific wizardry, but you find some stuff.
Okay,
without
I
even making
create
a roll.
one. I create one with a remove poison potion, and I go to him and I say, "Drink this."
Shlanta. Oh, did you put arrow root on that? I fucking hate. You know what? No, thank you. That was very kind of you. I've been nothing but rude. Welcome to my house. My name is Halfmoon. And I guess we're gonna have to help each other here. How you doing, boys? Pleasure to meet you.
Okay, so after smiling a bit, I go full serious. All right, now that we can talk like people, we need your help urgently. I have
a
a
moment.
clown box
Door
full
spell.
of 100 people.
He closes the door magically so you can talk gently.
I have a clown box full with over 100 people. Among them is Master Woltemok. And
He takes
we
out a
need
monocle.
them
Did you
out.
bring the box with you guys?
Probably not.
Hey, it's a question. Like, did you bring it with you, or did you live at Lance's house? Let's have a vote.
Of
We need a
course,
vote.
of course,
Oh,
we're bringing it with us.
We were bringing it in my disc, so you guys make a choice if you want to bring it here or not. But we were supposed to bring it in the disc.
I mean, how the hell would we explain that we got through the city carrying a giant metal box without being detected?
Yeah, that would.
It's a city.
Retroactively, that would change that confrontation that you had with the cops.
Don't you have me?
So, I'm gonna say something. We can leave it down to a luck roll, but I'll let you know this luck roll will affect things later. We'll say that you brought it with you. One person roll me a d20 and choose high or low before rolling.
Vito?
Okay, so I'm gonna go with high. Oh, that is a 12.
That'll do it. So even though you had a brief scuffle, police people didn't take particular notice. So he looks at the box, takes out a little monocle. The monocle transforms into a higher, like, you want to say higher tech piece of gadgetry. And he says, He's and it extends and it goes back and it extends and it goes back. And he goes, oh yeah, and a fucking dinosaur.
Yeah.
Well, they've got him in a little bed. Oh yeah, I can fix this. No problem. I mean, it'll take me a while, but what are you gonna do with 100 dwarves and a tyrannosaur?
Take him back to the village.
Wait a moment. Is that Rikishi? Why the fuck? Why the fuck do you have my friend's pet in there? Why do you have
You want the short
toy?
version or the long
I want a version.
So, your friend made a deal with a pair of boas and sent your sweet boy to kill us and whoever arrived at the settlement. However, we were able to, let's say, revert that part of the deal.
Yeah. Some things have been weird lately. Well,
we don't have any idea about that.
Well, folks. Yeah, no problem. I can get these people out for you. If you let me grab some of my tools, I can do it any time. Take me about an hour to do it. Make sure that the decompression doesn't give them bubble brain syndrome. Make sure they don't splatter on the walls. Are you? How much of a survival rate do you want? No, 100%. 100%. Listen, I'm just. We're a society of lawyers. I gotta cover my bases, but I don't think you'll want this done here in the city.
I figured as much.
So, okay, you can tell me the politics of how you came about this later. But I think we should talk about what you came to do here. He does a double take.
Right now, I'm very interested in freeing White Orchid.
Right, so I guess that's what we're gonna have to do. So I can't tell you exactly why I came here with Cronin. I can tell you. Have you seen a raccoon?
Yes, named Rick.
Okay, we'll get back to that later. But here's the problem. Cronin fucking up and vanished, and apparently there was something he was doing about a seal of the dead gods of the pyramids. Guy's got too much power for his own well-being, so sometimes he has to go and do weird shit at temples. Have you had any problems with a flying pyramid of sorts?
Yes.
Fuck.
Quite a few, in fact.
Okay. Right, so I guess that settles it. I'm on your side, whatever the fuck that means.
All right, I have a question. Why do you have that? Who wrote that? And I point to the scrolling in Conostonian Imperial.
Oh, that's just from the archive libraries. Or actually, no, we got this one from the secret library inside of the Ape's Skull. Turns out there's a whole thing with like. These people genocided the local elves.
So we heard.
Cronin and I got very interesting. Later, we got into the secret library and got a bunch of documents there. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that document was some work of. Supposedly the wizard with one eye. That's ancient history. We're talking 5,000 years ago. So it's hard to say, but it was very well preserved. Lots of good tomes in there.
Well, I recognize the handwriting now, right?
Yes, you do. It's Pliskin's handwriting.
Motherfucker.
All right. Listen,
Loki.
Moan
So
Loki.
you can call
Listen,
me Half
here's
Moon,
the
you can call me
situation.
Loki, you can call me my love, whatever you want, and he does like a pouty face.
Please.
Listen, here's the thing. We have a settlement right next to a fucking flying pyramid, and a time loop that needs resolving, and a bunch of legionnaires building a road to it. The person who runs the place is apparently imprisoned up there,
Yeah.
and we need to get her out. So we can go back to the village, save the dwarven crew plus extras in this box, and get back to solving problems.
Not just that, but I guess I gotta tell you what your main problem is right now. So you found the raccoon, which means it might not be the most dangerous thing to tell you this. The real reason Cronin and I were here was to stop the development of a weapon, a type of poison. And then
Targeting.
the dumb fucker disappeared on me while we were going through a dungeon, and now I wasn't able to do it alone. But your
Guys.
problems and my problems connect. Sully?
I don't understand a lot of these things because I don't know who this Pliskin guy is. I'm new here. Can you please?
That's fair.
Okay.
I'll explain that in a moment. So, one conversation at a time. So what Loki is saying is, for him, he basically came here with Cronin on a mission from the state to capture the raccoon, but that is a cover story. What he's really saying is that he was supposed to stop making the poison, then Cronin fucking disappeared. He wasn't able to stop it on his own. But he's still on a mission, and your goals and his goals intersect in saving White Orchid. That's what I was trying to say. Now, historical context. Sully, you would know the Wizard Pliskin. He's from Coniston. He wasn't necessarily one of your contemporaries, or maybe he was. But like you know him, he is a historical figure. One of the same way Arcantos was the father of magic.
Wait.
Pliskin.
Mike,
most famous Dark
do
Wizard
you
in the
even know the character?
Yeah, sí.
Okay.
So it's him. And what
Okay.
Loki
Solo
tells
que
you is,
pensé
yeah,
que
that guy was here on this
pensé que
world.
Soli no lo conocía.
Understandable. Hey, cross-world lore is complicated. So,
Tell me
those
about
are
it.
the things. And what Loki says, well, gotta admit, I kind of want to have another drink while we figure this shit out.
Before we do
you-
that,
No, you shouldn't have a drink until you free my friends.
we're not gonna do that here. He already said that. Now, how about you tell us what exactly is it that we need to do to get White Orchid out before you get drunk again and this becomes more complicated?
And how we find the people that is making the poison and try to stop it spreading.
Well, do you guys fancy a fight? Or do you want to do
Always.
things diplomatically?
What is diplomatically? You can drink it with chocolate?
Well, the diplomatic route will be
Estás
in
muteado,
7
Fito.
days. It's the blood moon, and I see that Mr. Amadeus, you are reborn, so you know what that means. Do you have any blood dice of your own?
Amadeus,
You
you're
need a
muted.
I said, what the hell are you talking about?
I show them the dice. I have 3.
Oh.
Hold on.
Well, that should do
Jeez.
the trick. It may not be necessary then. So you may not have been informed of this, Master Amadeus, but now that you share your biology with the people of this land, you are under a curse. And if you do not take the right amount of those dice every month, which you can only acquire by going through a ceremony, bad things will happen.
Okay.
I'm a foreigner, so that's as much as I know about that. We're not legally allowed to vivisect you.
So can I eat those and be cool? And I point to the
Might be
ones
enough.
short.
Might be enough, might not be. May want to speak to a priestess about that. But I guess what I was trying to say is, Mrs. Agiljib, our new ruler, is not a blood priestess. She cannot do blood ministration. So I'm of
She
the
needed
opinion
one.
she needed one. So that might be why she's captured your lady. And so you can either wait until the end of the month when she'll be at least more accessible, or you can try to mount an assault or a sneak into the highest government. Oh, into the
Wait.
ziggurat.
Hang on. What happens if there is no blood priestess here by the time that arrives?
Well, they'll have to tap the city's resources, which, if they have been managed correctly, should sustain the city for a policy-mandated time of, I want to say 3 months. But you and I know that whoever has their hand on the balance chooses what it says at the end of the day. So I guess what I'm trying to say is stocks depend on how corrupt both the old and new governments are.
Okay. Today, what day is today?
So by my calculations, it would be Tuesday, the 27th of December. So you still haven't moved into the new year, but you are 3 days away from the full moon on Friday. Now, what he's saying is your target might be easier to catch when she is out in the open. Or you might want to reconnoiter the area and plan some other kind of assault.
No. If we do that, if we start fighting, that's just going to complicate things now and later. Because we're going to make an enemy of the city before we have even started our own.
Unless we get out an army of 100 dwarf and a master warrior out of nowhere and assault the city.
You're not understanding.
You see
not
Loki's
just-
eyes like boggle at the political clusterfuck that would cause, but admittedly, you do have a box full of troops in power armor and the Tyrannosaur. So that
If
could
we
be one way of
start
doing
a
things.
fight here, there's a high chance that the entire government of the fucking empire is gonna come after our asses. And we are not ready for that. Not
We
by a long
just
shot.
need to get someone to tell them that they are the ones that are making that wicked potion. And we already have someone in the move.
If you were able to find evidence of the Boa clan's involvement in the making of the... Shall we put a name to it? The immortal poison. You
Wait.
might be able to have a lot more leeway.
We do know of a pair of exiled Boa clans.
Yeah.
The
you-
problem
Remind you,
is...
they are still in the pyramid when we left.
Yeah.
And also, you did leave your pigeon friend back in town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We also
So
have-
back in town, we have first Cor Palomis, if that name rings any bell to you, and two Boa clans
yeah.
who might give us some insight.
Yeah, Palomis was actually my next lead. I was supposed to go and catch him with the friend of Beastmaster Capek. But, what can I say? Guy didn't show up?
No, he
Trail
was
went cold.
intercepted.
I'm sorry, what?
He was intercepted by these two Boa clans. These two Boa clans made a deal with Capek.
So, he puts 2 and 2 together and goes, motherfucker. He went ahead. So that's what happened. So, my investigations had taken me and Cronin to the step of capturing the pigeon bastard. We had acquired help from a clanless beast master with a bone to pick And apparently I was too trusting again. We were supposed to capture him together. I now get what happened. He went ahead, captured the fucker, and sold him off to your boas for whatever reason. Vengeance, I would assume.
Yeah, kind of. That's the simple
Fuck.
answer.
Well, what I can propose is you track down Capek. Because maybe he will tell you how he got his leads. That might connect your poison maker to the boas physically.
He
I
will
understand you
answer.
have the guy.
He will answer any question if I'm in the room.
Yeah, speaking of which,
Do you do
what
like a
was
funny
that
with-
mask?
Oh, the motherfucker. Yeah.
No,
I
no, no,
got-
no, no,
No,
no, no,
he's
no,
a-
no, 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 no.
My mask.
Your mask. What the hell was that about?
Let's call it an old souvenir, and I'll let you know more later. That's not something I'm very proud of, but I do like to use it every now and then.
Now that you mentioned
No,
the
yeah.
mask, Soli,
Right.
you can roll an intelligence check if you so desire. Difficulty 13.
I want to know about the motherfucker. 19.
Okay, so a tale of two masks. With a 19, you remember something, which is you've seen Amadeus's mask before while you were in the army. In fact, you think you collaborated with the guy. Tell you more about that later. But Loki tells you the following about the motherfucker. Yeah, so he's a cousin, I think. He's definitely moon-touched in a way. Our mother, let's just say her handiwork has... Let's just say it leaves certain marks, but the mask thing, the wild magic, the transforming things into other things, that is all himself. Now, I've heard the legend is that he just went insane one day while he was looking at the moon, and he built that gigantic mask and is never been seen again. But he's also incredibly old, so I don't think it's the same guy. My best guess is there's something fucky going on with the mask. I wouldn't put it on if I was
Mask.
you.
Masks help. To
Yes, but we must be careful which masks we wear, for they become our face. Given enough time.
Right.
I can
Philosophy
tell you
is
a
aside.
thing or two about that.
Philosophy
My
is
ma-
aside.
Okay.
How about we get to business? What's the first thing we need to do now?
Well, if
Okay, so I have a proposal. Okay, so we need to find the. Do we need to bring the pigeon here?
it would be an option. It would be an option, but also if you're gonna do something that's like politically fucked up, you really just need to have the people when the authorities get to you. So like if you escape with White Orchid now and you get questioned when you're safe and back in town with everybody together, then it's kind of a moot point, isn't it? Habeas corpus and all of that.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to try something more politically minded, yeah, you might want to find a way to come and go.
Okay,
How
Murakan.
about
You think you
think
can?
about the whale?
You think you? I look at Murakan. No, I look at Murakan and I say, "Can you bring him through the shadows?"
Wait,
Oh.
You
why
think you
waste a month of trip?
A month.
because-
This guy can travel in seconds.
If he's doing shadow travel, he can do it in 2 nights.
How about, do you have
Conservatively.
portals?
No, it's just long range shadow
No, he-
travel,
he-
Murakami.
No, okay, hold on. That's a good question. Is there portal magic here in this world? This is a meta question.
So you may actually want to ask this straight up to a character in front of you, and what Loki says to you is, yes, we do have portal magic, but it's not as useful as it seems to be in other realities because of the effects of our water. Because our water is so magically charged with the ambient gold, which he now explains to you comes from the sun, the magic, it's like the water itself acts as a magical barrier. So if you're using a portal, it works until the first moment that your portaled path meets flowing water, like a river or the ocean or whatever. And because of that, portal networks are a bitch, especially in the Empire, where it rains every 3 months, and sometimes it's just water all over the place. So,
okay. So I think
you
Mora
can do
use
portal
that.
magic, but it's not very useful. But for short durations, like within a city, that would make sense.
So here's my plan, and I want you guys to tell me what do you think. Murakan brings the freaking pigeon, and maybe see if the Boa Clans guys are there, and try to bring them as well. While we prepare to almost open the box and have it like ready with the lock, we go up, offering the information to the people, get White Orchid, and release and open the box up there. Have 100 people and a dinosaur, get the ziggurat taken, and then we give the people the evidence and make White Orchid, who seems to be our leader, the leader of the city. Seems very simple. I've done it before. Conquer.
How about... So here's a little point. We need her here, not just because of the whole blood ritual thing, but she's building the road.
Well, Loki explains to you, or rather, this would have been explained to you by Lance before, which is that, yes, she's building the road, but it's more like the money that she has been given as part of the endowment to start a new settlement allows her to pay for the army men to start that process. So it's like, half public, half private. She's having to pay people, but those people are not exactly under her command. Like, the army is not her forces. They're just the civil engineering corps, or rather, army engineering corps, that she has, been paying for it. Eventually, the road will be built. They're hired, even though they're technically state workers. So, like, the project is ongoing. Eventually, the road will get there. Your problem is, well, like, she is supposed to be the mayor and your blood priestess, and it's gonna be a bit of a bitch without her.
So,
also, they say she's cute and shit.
We have 3 days to A, bring the pigeon, B, find the 2 boas, get them out of the fucking pyramid and get them here, C, find Capic.
Oh, finding Capic's gonna be easy. He's just at the bar.
Show me.
Told you I wanted to go drinking. Why did you fucking stop me? Everybody grab the chocolate. And he hustles everybody out the door. And with the last plaintive, kill me, the door mechanism spell closest behind with the sound like a ringing bell. He goes, all right, party! Oh, fellas.
Oh, wait a minute. I go back in, prepare 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Remove potion.
Poison.
Remove potions and bring it.
Lizard Boy and I are immune to poison, so it's gonna take that entire bar just to get one of us.
He doesn't need to know that.
My camera froze while I was making the weirdest face.
Yeah, I was about to say that to you.
Wait.
He's all frozen.
I remember we all won that immunity.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
Because you all went through the first level of the temple. And oh shit, didn't I?
Oh, right, yes.
What happened to my fucking camera? Hang on, you guys. Let me just fix those technical
I know,
issues.
they don't know. But he doesn't know, and they don't need to know that we already went into the pyramid and got those perks. That's why I'm preparing the potions.
Right.
That's really smart.
Also, it's just generally a good idea to have yourself some anti-poison shit.
Like,
Hang on, I
like
think
a
my
placebo.
phone has decided to be special tonight.
I'm pretty sure that what Amadeus wanted to do is create more potions with the equipment of this guy.
Okay, fellas, we're going to take the second break of the night as I fix these technological issues. Get yourselves ready for the last act of today's ORO. We'll be back for it in 5 minutes. Drink some water, have a smoke.
Yeah, I may actually change the computer here.
See you all back shortly. Fucking... I will remain on voice, even though you guys are not going out too, because... Oh, technology. Oh, schmechnology. It's only a shame we had our extra player not be able to join us proper today. Now, I'm just going to let you know that from here on, it's highly likely that the quality of the game is going to either decrease rapidly or improve massively with very little space in between. Because I am about to go and do some magic. If you know what I mean. Jesus Christ, camera's deciding not to cooperate today. Fantastic. There we go. Aha. Got the bitch back. That should allow your boy to return. Yeah, there it is. So we're currently on the... Oh, why do I always disappear my rolling papers when it's the time to roll them? For the record, I'm very happy that you did a roll to find Loki right there in his studio. Because it would have been really funny if you went around the city being like, oh, he's been lost, he's been kidnapped, when in fact he was just drunk at home. Yeah, pretty much. Good instincts. It doesn't even necessarily have to come from the game. I think you guys just kind of knew that plot twist because you know me as a person. Personal. Oh, for the record, I'm gonna go back to having everybody on the stream because I enjoy our chats. And we never said, I don't think we have ever said anything so cancelable that I can't show you guys to stream. So get all of your racism out now and do your thing, boys. Where's my fucking lighter? Here it is. Ay, ay, ay. So I'm not sure if I was able to make across the fact that Loki is uncomfortably, femboy. Like, he's a very hard drinker, but it's like Korean dudes. Like, sometimes you just can't put their age on them.
I've never met any fanboys, so...
I'm pretty sure you did.
You don't need to meet them. There is internet.
You live in a country where
You live in Brazil.
half the population breathe.
I
rainbow.
work from home and train at the gym with headphones on all the fucking time.
And no eyes at all. Like you're blind while you're in the fucking gym. Sure.
I don't
what
pay
I'm trying to
attention to
say.
anyone. And if I pay attention, it's to a nice booty.
Well, he does have one.
You don't know. You don't
Now,
know if
listen,
that
I know
Let me
breaks.
tell you something. Let me
I
tell
know
you
that
something.
you guys are not into homoeroticism, but listen, sometimes you just meet a beautiful man. It's kind of
Was
it's a thing.
proven, it has been proved scientifically that if you are bald, you look every ass you've made, every ass that passed in front of you. So you probably you saw a fanboy ass and you didn't even know it was a fanboy because you're bald.
Oh my god, so you're saying that being bald gives you bad eyesight and homo lust? Tough declarations.
Maybe.
What sort of science have you been reading?
Depende si eres
That's
calvo
weird.
porque quieres o porque te tocó.
Now that's oddly specific.
Please forgive me, gentlemen. Magic is not always gentle on my body.
I'm trying to make something work here. We need to reload, but it shouldn't be any problem.
But like, I have met gay people. I have met some even trans people. But like an actual fanboy, nothing that comes to mind, honestly.
I mean,
Here in the
you
UK,
live
they're
in
all over the
Brazil.
place.
You live in Brazil. There's a lot of trans people there.
Yeah, but there's a difference between a trans person and
Street.
just a guy who's like soft.
Exactly.
'Cause I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not like Loki is trans. He's just kind of soft. He's a pretty boy, which is a little weird when he's such a hard drinker and a wizard. But hey, some people have certain blessings.
You did met a femboy,
Who?
Camila.
Fair. Fair.
There you go.
So,
Got him.
is
that Maria
he a
Camila?
fanboy or
Is that Maria
or-
Camila? No.
No,
you're
no, no,
lying to me.
no, not Makis. No, not Makis.
Oh,
Makis is
the
a girl.
Makis.
No, I'm
By
talking
the way,
about.
Makis,
It's a
if you
friend
ever
of.
see this, I still have a crush on you, bitch. What were we talking about?
But is he really or just metrosexual?
No, you don't have to be gay. Just the behavior and the looks.
Es tuyo, bebé, yo no quiero. Gracias, mi vida.
I mean, you don't have to. I mean, being a femboy is not exactly like sexuality, but it's more about looks and behavior.
Yeah, like you can be a straight femboy, although it's rare. It is generally associated
Yeah.
with the young twink gay subculture. But it's also something that's gained a lot of popularity on the internet with alternative lifestyles and not to be racist here, but a lot of Southeast Asian media emphasizes this very clean, very delineated, very careful metro, and even somewhat feminine look. And also like 4chan psyops. 4chan psyops have definitely fucked with the sexuality of an entire generation. Fuck you, Russia. This is my Alex Jones moment, so please don't take clips of me saying this.
Right.
Okay, come on. Let me finish this cigarette quickly. And let's go back inside. Listen, puppy. No, you're not allowed to go to the back wall anymore. Because somehow you found a hole through the brick wall. Gave me a fucking heart attack. Now I love you, but you're a little asshole. Maybe that's why I love you so much. It's a part of it. You're also beautiful and wonderful and sweet and nice and cute.
Any updates on our Qualix friend?
On our what?
Qualix.
Oh, nothing new. Also, did I lose someone? Yes, we lost Northern briefly. Let's get him now. There we go. Nope, nothing on our front square, but he will return maybe next week. We'll see about it. As for me, I am here now. Now, are you guys okay with this music, or are you getting a little tired of it? Because I can...
I'm not hearing any music.
No? Fuck. Oh. That's a problem to begin with. Let's see. Also, why can't I see myself at all? There's the camera. Those humperdinkles. And that's where I am. So if I do this, can you hear it now?
Yeah.
Okay, nothing too heavy. I hope that'll be on the recording. We'll see about it here. Okay, my friends. By the way, Mike, if you listen, if you have a laugh, just fucking write down the time and make me a fucking clip, will ya? Okay. So, we're back on it. Here,
Okay.
little war beast. Accompany your papa. So the Silver Wizard takes you with him through the caverns of the behind structure, and as he lets you know now, having been here for a time, he can tell you, yeah, we're currently around, like, this would be the chest area of the monkey.
Lower the
Essentially,
music
the tunnels
because
get
it's
less complicated the
like covering
further
your
up.
voice.
Come again?
Lower the music a bit because it's like overpowering your voice. It's not that it's
Is that
too
better?
loud for us.
This better?
Yes. Yeah.
Better mix? Okay. So, as the guy was saying, we're currently around the chest area of the monkey. Generally, the tunnels get less complicated the further up you go, and the chambers get bigger. That's how we figured out that there had to, like, the head had to be hollow. Are you okay? One thing you notice as you go through the halls is the occasional pack of dogs that is moving a little bit too purposefully to actually be dogs. And you notice that at night, more of the elven people of this world choose to take on their animal forms to move about. So it's a little bit confusing. You're not sure if something is a bat or a man bat, or a spider or a man spider, or a tick or a bat joke. But you do see, you know, a variety of people as eventually the caverns get bigger and you get fresh sea air again, and you see that you are now on the left knee of the monkey.
So as we're
Along
walking
the
by,
wall-
I let out knives. Who would have probably liked this place?
Well, knives.
Girl.
Loki just asks, like, sounds like was that a girl? Was it a girl? Was it?
Yeah.
Was it? Oh, you're gonna have to tell me about it. But wait, we're about to get to the place now. Don't look down. And he says, as he walks you guys along like a carved, fairly narrow path along the wall, to the point that you actually reach the end of the mountain itself, and there is a vertiginous 90-degree like turn to the left, and suddenly you're seeing a lot more ocean because you're now like fully ocean facing. This has actually gone to the other side of the mountain wall. You have gone across, you know, like the shower of rainbow fucking place, and you now notice that the hidden side of the city is a lot bigger. Another whole fucking ramshackle version of the city extends down to the ocean on this side of the wall. And this one looks a lot shabbier, a lot poorer. You notice that there are other paths at different levels. You're like, this isn't the only crazy left turn here, but it's kind of telling how dangerous it was to come to the back of town. So after a little bit of a vertiginous walk, you eventually reach a extended building made out of the mountain instead of into the holes. And there is the most recognizable thing you have seen so far, a fucking bar sign hanging atop a door. Fairly big but rusty looking shack that says The Stupid Dragon, formerly the 3-piece 64.
It's Stupid Dragon. That's the name of the.
Wait, I know that name. There was a bar of that across every town in Coniston.
What? Sorry, what was the name again?
So
The
the
3P.
name of the bar now is The Stupid Dragon 3.
Okay, Dragon 3.
But beneath it says formerly known as the 3-piece number 64.
This motherfucker even brought this here.
Ho.
That's all I say. Never mind.
So you go across, you open the, shitty balsa wood door into this ramshackle bar and are greeted with a fucking bar. It's kind of reassuring how normal it is. There is a
Wait,
lot
is
more.
is the disappearing weapons spell still on here?
Yes.
Oh,
Your
wow.
weapons boop,
But
disappear.
I
was
have my
so-
walking stick.
Sorry?
I have my walking stick. My staff.
I'm afraid that if it has the ability to cast any kind of offensive magic, or if it could be used to bludgeon someone, it is poof. You get it back.
Motherfucker. Yeah, I know. I said, oh shit.
Yeah, you
I don't
you
need it.
see a carving on the wall that says, "Would you take an old man's stick away?" And then a little graffiti thing of an old wizard doing, "Yes, fuck you." You can imagine who the old wizard is.
Of course I know who it was.
Funnily enough, nobody else in the world is capable of telling the fact that this isn't a piece of graffiti. It's like it's like ancient, that it's actually real. But getting back to it. So, bars in this world are very similar to bars that you've seen before in that there is a bunch of seating. The inside is kept deliberately dark. There isn't currently any musical accompaniment. The bar is surprisingly low, and you see that they have some straight up beer pulling things. But from the smell, you can tell that most people are drinking some kind of mix of that alcoholic chocolate with spices that Loki was having beforehand.
All right.
What do you do?
Okay, let's get high and go back.
So first thing I do is I walk up to the bar and see if it's also Bart Ender.
So a guy turns around to you and goes, "It is a reborn. He is very, very darkly skinned. He's got golden piercings going through all of his cartilaginous parts." And he goes, "How the fuck you know?
Hi.
Like, you just walked in here. I never forget a face."
Different world.
Oh shit. All right, put another coin on the put another one in the jar, boys. And you see that somebody, takes a little golden coin, throws it in a jar that has a piece of cardboard taped over it that says, "Times somebody came from another world where apparently the wizard was." So we're not sure where number 64. I inherited this. The guy who inherited this. Well, the guy who inherited this. No, my name's not actually Bart Ender.
Ista, Barista.
My name's Anyways, you don't care. The fuck you want? Sorry. Welcome to the 3-piece bar.
No. Don't give me that.
No.
Don't give me that.
Dragon 3.
Listen, you guys seem nice. I'm sorry for being such a dick.
No,
There you
you
are.
have to be a dick. Otherwise, this is not a fucking bar.
Yeah, I mean, listen. You'd think running a magical bar, you'd eventually get your head around the legal drinking age for most things, right? But take a fucking look at this. Pulls out a gigantic book out from under the wooden bar. And it says, "This is a world at the end of a multiverse. You know how many fucking things come here asking for a drink and I have to look them up and sometimes add them? Like, a fucking 4-meter clam came in the other day did a light show, asked me for whiskey, and then disappeared.
Wow.
It's usually the patrons who use me as a psychologist, but I just trust you guys. I feel like I could tell you anything. What can I serve you?
Oh, what's your name, Sean?
My actual name is Toxoduib. My friends call me
Sorry, what?
Tox. Toxoduib.
All right, kid. So where is this? What's the name of the guy that we're looking? Sorry.
All right, so we're looking for a guy named Capek.
Yeah, he's
Beastmaster.
over there. He points to a guy at the end of the bar that's surrounded by several copies of every single glass and different type of drink receptacle that Bart has behind the bar. Like more than the guy has in stock, as if he spent several days there drinking and crying. And he is crying. Like, now that you notice, it's not loud because he's probably tired.
All right, so hey, can you pour me one beer?
So we don't really do beer because it's too warm when we transport it. Try out the chocolate. No, there's no blood in it. We don't do that anymore.
What?
Anymore.
I mean, I wasn't alive then, but yeah. Listen, whose grandparents haven't done fucked up shit? Have some chocolate. It's clean, I promise you.
All right.
So he serves you a frothing glass. And this one's on the house. Thanks for listening to me. You're always welcome.
Anytime, mate. So I just go.
Shit's delicious, by the way.
So I'm holding mine, and I walk to the bar. I walk to wherever Capek is sitting, and I just sit at the table, say nothing, stare at him in the face, and start drinking, staring him at the face.
So he's got his face like in his arms, but the sound of drinking. If you do me a strength check to slurp your drink strongly enough, I'll let that wake him up.
Oh, no. I'm going to do something. I'm going to sit down, and before I start drinking, I'm going to hit the bottom of the table with my knee.
Roll me a strength check.
For kicking a table?
Yes, sir. Not for the table itself, but you want the resonance to be strong enough.
I got a +4. It's a 10 + 4.
That hits. I was going to say 14. Well, you give the oaken, bar back a powerful kick, and there is a boom sound like a drum going off. And yeah, the drinking man goes.
Okay, so this is me. I'm looking at him.
Rude, but I deserve that.
Damn, this thing's nice.
So yeah, it tastes like not like mulled wine, but it's surprisingly light for what you thought would be a sweet drink.
Rikish is alive.
You see the guy go through a number of colors. He, throws the glasses away. There's a bunch of shards scattered all over the room. I'm not going to say that he goes, yeah, hooey. But he
Can
goes,
I grab one, in the air, and start drinking
absolutely.
it?
Absolutely. It's like 3 weeks old, and it's absolutely rotten. You're not going to have to roll because of your immunities, but holy shit. It is very much more alcoholic, though. So he goes, okay, I feel like you just skipped past a bunch of my bullshit, and I appreciate it.
I toss him. I say, yo, drink this. And I toss him a poison potion. No, not you, him.
He catches it. He drinks it without wasting a fucking second, and he goes, I was ready to be a fucking pussy. Who are you
All right,
people?
now let's... Can we talk someplace else?
Absolutely, wherever the fuck you want.
I look at the artificer and say, let's go back to your place.
I like it when you say it like that. don't know, I don't usually swing that way. And you guys head on out the door. And here's the thing. Because that was resolved so quickly and nicely, you guys are actually ahead. So that you see that through your previous path, there is now a large group of armed guardsmen and legionnaires moving through, looking dreadfully suspicious. And Loki looks at the corner of it and goes, no check required. That path is not going to work. What's the best way there?
How about we go back to the bar and ask for one of the rooms?
I also like it when you say that, but I prefer it under different circumstances. However, yeah, I don't think they're going to catch us there. I hope. You guys go back inside, and Bart knows the need for secrecy when he sees it, and he goes, "Okay, you can have it for one night."
Perfect.
I'm not gonna do this again. I'll charge you the next time you come here.
Hey. Do you got work?
I might.
We'll talk about that tomorrow.
All right. So you guys head on upstairs, and there is a curious moment of vertigo as you notice that this seems to be fairly common magitech. You do go up the stairs, but the room it's like you go straight from the stairs to the room without going through a hallway. Like you've been assigned an extra dimensional space. In a way, it's extra nice.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's not quite a bag of holding because you're still connected to the outside, so maybe it was more like a small teleport. Anyways.
All right, so what's the furniture around?
So this was a quadruple room, which is the most that you can get for a group of people. Unfortunately, one of the beds is joined together. The beds are different. What is the word that I want to say here? They're on ground level. The room is actually like a natural cavern. You see that the only part of it that has been deliberately carved is the wall that goes out to sea. And as you look out the window, you notice that, oh, shit. If you were to step out of the door and it wasn't enchanted, you'd fall 600 feet into the ocean rocks. So it's some interesting kind of teleport tech.
Is there a table?
Yes.
So I sit and put my feet on the table and stretch and go, this kind of feels like home, if I'm being honest. Really miss
I
it.
look at Zorak and I say, "You goddamn right. It's been a while since I was in one of these.
And well,
Fucking whiskey had taste."
I'm happy you guys like our architecture. Kenki is a very beautiful city, says Kapik.
Right.
It's just you notice that that's like not his personality. He's definitely a little bit out of sorts. You guys just hit the right buttons. Loki then says, "I don't usually share rooms with this many men. It's not really my thing."
Or it is not something I use to practice as well.
Okay, so we're all appropriately and heterosexually uncomfortable with each other.
I don't know about the old
When,
man.
when he says that, I look at them and, well, I'm 900 years old. I've tried everything, but I'm going to take a single bed today.
Fair. And he claps and goes, "With the ice broken, I think we can say, welcome allies. I guess we have to, well, you guys were already together, but I would like to declare that party. Let's work with each other for a moment. We've all got similar goals, I think. Well, the guys and I have already talked, Kapek, but you're the rogue element here. So first of all, how fucking dare you? And second, are you an idiot?" And you see the Beastmaster fucking shrink down.
Listen, so let's give you the quick rundown. You went and gave Corpalomus to two Boa clans, along with the monster, the Rikishi.
Thank you. He is a great boy.
And they were supposed to turn Corpalomus into some fucking abomination. And
They
send
were
it against-
supposed to give him the most horrifying death possible.
Well, that checks.
Oh, there are better things. There are
No, trust me, you didn't see that fucking giant thing. Now, someone that we met some time ago, some fucking how managed to befriend your dinosaur, which we already killed once.
Oh. Wait, what?
Yeah. Take it at face value for now.
So Loki looks at him and goes, "Time fuckery." And he goes, "Okay. Explain later."
Now, your dinosaur was put to rest because he didn't. So there was a submarine with dwarves, and they captured them, and of course your Rikishi was hurt, so they took him into the nursery room to recover. And see, that submarine exploded.
Right.
However,
So
turns
you-
out
Yeah.
the submarine had a nursery room that turned into a small box. That box is currently, along
Better
with the
explain.
dinosaur, full
Oh,
of people.
Hang on. Loki jumps up and goes, "Oh, let me. Can I info dump? Can I info dump you?" So actually, but I helped make the tech. Okay.
Yes, but I'd rather get this out of the way.
Okay.
So here's the thing: we can get them out, and your Rikishi will be safe. However, we need your sorry drinking ass to help us in a different way.
Right. I'm gonna make a wild guess here. You want me to lead you to gorillas?
To the what?
You know, the people who helped the fucking pigeon make the poison.
Yeah, there is that.
We could use the evidence.
Also-
We don't need the whole monkey.
Yeah, and
Hang on,
also
repeat that, please. I didn't understand very well.
We just need evidence.
need the evidence, not the whole ass monkey.
Well, that's the problem. How do you prove that somebody did a thing if
Do
you...
you have papers?
I don't.
Yeah, well, for
But I know where we
listen
could get
to
them.
him now, it will be hard to prove even that a dead monkey exists. So I think it will be good to get the monkey there as well.
So
Fair.
here's the thing. The reason I, gave the fucking pigeon man to the boas is so that they would kill him as painfully as could be imagined. And I have a history. I'm not going to get into that right now,
Would you like to
but I'll
kick him in
say
the nuts?
this. Oh, absolutely. That would, if I
We
could.
can take you to our town and do that.
Or you can see better. You can have fun while I have fun asking questions.
If you get my dinosaur, my baby boy, out of that box, I will have him kick the guy in the nuts, and then you will see something fun and funny. The sound
I
he
like
makes,
how this guy thinks.
the sound he will make, if I can learn how to do it as a bird call, I'm sure will allow me to hunt great beasts. So,
All right.
And I start thinking while you mentioned like Corpalomos and you said bird. I said I just find my source for feathers.
All right.
oh, I like the way you think, wizard. But listen, we're getting off topic. The gorillas are real. The gorillas are real. They exist. Humans are monkey elves. Listen, I know it's a fucking... It's not just a conspiracy, okay? Hey.
No, we heard.
Loki is the one that shuts him out and
apparently-
goes... Listen, man, it's more complicated like that. There's something called evolution. Well, maybe not here. And let's not get into it.
Nevertheless, guys, we need to do this, and we need to do this fast. We need to get White Orchid out of the fucking cigarette. We need to save her, and in order to do that, we have 2 days to go bring fucking Corpolomus and those 2 Boa clans, and we need to find the fucking monkey and whatever other evidence we can get.
So the wizard says, let me see if I understand what you guys are trying to put into motion here. You're going to go the diplomatic route, which is that you are going to prove that the Boa clan made a weapon of war that is directly against the best interest of our society.
Not just
While
that.
we take the cigarette.
And for this, you're going to send a man to travel through the shadows, a length of time that took you guys most of a month. Okay, let's say I buy that, and your guest doesn't try to intervene on the way. Are you really going to open up the box here?
No, we're gonna open it up there.
Okay, I'm just letting you know that is my preferred option, says Loki, because I was getting a little uncomfortable with the idea of releasing. I'm not sure everybody in there is a fighter. You know what I'm saying? I was getting a little uncomfortable with making them cannon fodder, a distraction. That wouldn't be right.
And his wife would hate the fuck out of us.
Ex-wife.
You both just remind him like ex-wife. Like, have you? Sorry, how are you feeling in this moment about your fucking about Margarita? I'm just gonna say, like, your thoughts are brought back.
I'm thinking about asking her out again when I see her.
Fuck, that's gonna be rough. Are you gonna do like some polyamory shit with Tom, who's inside the box? Also,
Yeah.
roll me a Constitution check, difficulty
Remember
15.
Oh.
Oh shit. Ooh. 7.
Oh.
Not again.
So I haven't asked you a lot of rolls today because reasons, but I'm afraid that you have taken 2 straight up death saving throws. Guys, it is not even. It's not dramatic, which is what's awful. That's how life and death goes, isn't it? Sully's just there, asking some fairly logical questions about a very funny, maybe family arrangement, but like there are weirder things in life. They're fucking dragons. And then all of a sudden he just collapses.
Okay, check your WhatsApp.
Let's see. Oh, my boy's lights went out. Oh shit. Oh, he's also right there, so we may be able to put him in. We have to introduce Mono. Oh, brother, man. Mono, my friend, are you still there? Because I can put you in. I just hadn't seen the notification. But you should be able to come in any. Like I have you shown on stream. You should be able to come in anytime you want.
Give me a sec.
I'm sorry, brother. I hadn't seen your messages beforehand. What was I saying just before?
Zolly collapses. So I roll I look at him and then I roll a medicine check.
Okay, straight up, roll a 10 and you'll stabilize him. Roll below that and it's
You kill him.
Does a 23 work?
You stabilize Sully. Sully, you are down to the ground with 1 effective point of HP. You haven't taken damage and then you've been hurt. You're just as low as it gets. You feel like you'll get over it this time, but got dark there for a moment.
I look at him. Okay, do I know what he had? What happened to him?
It happened to you.
I know exactly. That's why I'm asking.
From when I say you do medicine, I say you do CPR. You do CPR on the guy for like a couple of minutes, and like his heart starts beating normally again. But it wasn't magical or anything. Just suddenly realized that Sully is old even for a dwarf.
I look at him and I say, "You gotta do some cardio and stop eating so much shit."
Or just
Hey, man,
stop
it was only-
eating, accept your fate, and being reborn like the owner.
Says the
I
man
like
who
beer,
provided
bro.
the good berries during the trip, but in a way, it's just you get it, but it's also just the unfairness of age.
I know.
And it's
I
at
know.
this
I just
moment
said,
that something interesting happens, which is that the door heading out into the ocean opens, and a figure walks in. There is
Okay,
a unknown man of about average height who's just walked into the room.
Maximilian's Earthen Gasp. I cast Maximilian's Earthen Gasp.
Oh. Our unknown friend, there is a offensive spell headed towards you. Seems of, standard evocation, maybe second or third level. You think you might be able to tank it, but it will restrict your mobility. What are you going to do with it? You are able to react to it. It doesn't come as a surprise. I believe this would be a dexterity saving throw, Amadeus?
Maximilian's Earthen Gasp. Hold on. It's strength saving throw.
Okay.
Oh, the
with a
important
strength
thing. I don't want to cause damage. I just want to restrain him.
Okay, non-lethal. Okay.
Non-lethal. Just to restrain the person.
Wizard, you absolutely know where it's coming from. It is a standard wizard attack. You may know it under a different name, but you are comfortable. I'm not describing your character very much, but what I'm trying to get across from the others here is that you've been on enough battlefields to be calm and realize that the wizard to your right, who is holding the guy on the ground, has just cast a preemptive spell at you. So you are able to identify what the spell is. Now, because of your character class, if you beat the difficulty of Amadeus's attack, I think you completely dodge the effect. So, 19. I think that passes your DC, Amadeus, which is probably something like 15, 16 at your level.
Hold on.
What's your magical difficulty dice?
I'm just looking at my. Hold on. It is. What the fuck is it? I had it.
It'll be something like 8 plus your proficiency plus your magic.
Yeah, it's 8 plus 3. It's 16.
So with a 19, you are able to acrobatically get out of the way of the spell's both thrusts, and you avoid it by dodging it.
All right. I stand up and say, "Who the fuck are you?"
The head of Bart goes across the threshold and goes, guys, sorry, oh, you already met each other. They're paid. And he disappears. That's between you and Bart.
So you are kind of walking into a private conversation here, Mister. Mind introducing yourself first?
Yeah,
You
fast
think it's
reflexes.
funny to just come here? The fuck are you, and why the fuck are you in here?
Sorry, repeat your name.
Yeah, that was me. Loki. Loki says now. Yeah, sorry I couldn't give you details, man. But to be fair, I was very drunk, and I probably still am a little. But thank you for, showing up today instead of tomorrow. Were you already in the city, or? Well, friends, I would like to present to you a Mr. Aku.
Right. I'm
An
Zorak.
associate of mine. He is a man with safe hands, and you can trust him.
Right.
In so much as you can trust me, minus the drinking, which would then make me quite trustworthy, if we're being honest.
So, why did you summon Mr. Aku?
Because you're a bunch of rubes.
What does Mr.
You're a
Aku
bunch
look
of new
like?
guys. Huh?
What does Mr. Aku look like?
You may describe yourself if you so want, my friend. The word I think is hale, right? Like you're like lean.
What's he
not
wearing?
weakened by age.
What are you wearing? Oh, no armor.
Can I roll a perception check? Because this guy has the build of a fighter, but no armor. So
You
that's
guys
weird.
may make some rolls. Anybody here may make some rolls if they so desire.
Okay, hold on. I can ask because I know that there is an aura. There is an aura that I can get. I know that I can feel if he's a reborn. Is he a reborn?
No, he is a standard human.
Okay, then I go with an Arcana check because
I got a 15.
Okay, it's one thing at a time. Please give me your rolls.
I got a 19.
Okay, Murakan Soli, are you guys going to do any kind of roll to learn more information here? Dissociating? That? Oh, right, because you just had a heart attack. You're completely excused from having to do mental work. Like, if there's ever been a fair
Soli just rolls over and says, nope.
If there's ever been a fair excuse to just go, nope, fuck this, the barbarian just goes, see you tomorrow, full resto for me when I have more rage. So that leaves Murakan. Do you want to do any kind of roll? And to all of this, the results that I've been getting are, you said 23, Amadeus?
19.
So a 19, a 15 from Zorak, Murakan. What do you want to roll?
Well, 19 plus 8.
Honestly, I'm kind of lost because I can't listen to Square, so I don't know.
Oh. You may want to increase your
You're
volume.
the only one. We can listen to him all of us. There's something with your
Okay, let me just refresh here. I thought that was something. I have two phones on my head right now. One listens to the stream and one listens to the.
Okay, so
let me
if you come back, do the roll as quickly as you can and give me the results. For now, what I'll say about this, our unknown friend.
It's a 1.
If you want to oppose these rolls, as these men try to like size you up and try to learn things about you from observation, you may make a roll, and it's either a deception check or a persuasion check if it's a lie or it's a truth, but you do not have to tell me which one it is, so long as your roll beats theirs. So the highest is a 19. You want to...
No, it's a 28. It's a 19 plus 8. 27, sorry.
Motherfucker. Okay, yeah. I mean, if you got any way of beating a 27 by being mysterious, in that case... Oh yeah, dude, there are like 4 beds and a bunch of like stools and a table. It's...
I see he tries to sit, and I make the hand because it's still there. I make it move and be like a chair to like scoop him gently, like it's a seat, and bring him to us.
Opposed Arcana versus Athletics with advantage. Roll, brother.
That's me. That's me.
Yeah.
Arcana.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's 13 plus 8.
Motherfucker.
21.
See, that's the problem with Reborn. Their stats get so absurd, but that's kind of what the game is. But
Remember
you are
that it's
rolling
with advantage. So you roll twice.
Well, unfortunately, with such a strong magical pull, and you've been working that mage hand lately because you were using it to fucking travel, you unfortunately make the guy hit the ground. But I'll say this. Some other people I would have made...
No. It's not... Sorry, no. It's a Maximilian Earthen Gasp. The hand didn't grab him, but the hand stays there. So what I'm doing is to make the hand... It's the same Earth Maximilian Earthen Gasp.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were like stealing the guy's stool from under him, and it was like undercutting.
No. I'm using...
So
I'm
you make
using
him
the
you
hand
make him a seat.
with the hand, and I scoop him gently, like...
Well, you know what? I'll take your Arcana roll to say even this, because you used a ground magic spell, and as I said before, this room is like a magically constructed cave wall in the white limestone. You actually made a incredibly comfortable like sofa out of the naturally white calcareous stone of the room, and it is now a piece of furniture. Like, they'll probably pay you a little bit for adding something nice to the place. And so you see the magic happen as the guy makes a seat out of the stone for you, and you have to admit it, good design. So, Amadeus, with your magical senses... Oh, let me just make sure, see if Murakami is here. I may be making him
He's
wait.
here.
He's here.
Oh, I'm not able to see his camera. Guest has joined. Yeah, I have to give him show on stream.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Excellent. Wonderful. So, here's the thing. Surprisingly, with your magical senses, Amadeus, you don't get shit. Other than having a very cleanly defined aura, in the sense that this guy must be some kind of, you want to say, martial philosophy practitioner? But not an otherwise super magical person on his own. No spells about him.
Okay, and out of my 15, what do I get?
Old soldier. Old soldier. Of course, you never went down that path yourself, but you admired one.
Okay, so I drag the chair, sit, and say, so, you from the Mist too? So you're from here. We are, all of us. So, as you may understand, suspicions are high. So, what can you tell us about you? Why are you here? What did Loki tell you?
It was simple. Need muscle, and it has to do with that girl you like. Right? See, I didn't have anything to blackmail him with. Not that I do a lot of blackmailing, but please, sorry. Your turn. No, your turn, please. The guy bobs his wizard hat a bunch to like make it, to make like the point. Like, no, your turn.
Help you with what?
Like, so
Well,
you're trying to learn how to fuck off your life walking into the jungle. You
He has a
get
point.
to the right place, man.
Okay, well, back to the point, guys. How are we gonna do this? We need to rescue.
wait. Are we gonna tell him the whole plan?
Do you think? Do you think the drunk guy didn't do it already? I said,
That
Oh.
is, I don't think I can
If we
trust
don't
the
tell
person here.
Sorry to
don't tell
interrupt
him
everybody, but I
something.
need to let him know. By the way, Cronin's fucking missing, which problem? I'll do my best about it, but this time I've got no fucking idea where he went. I usually have an idea, man. So, out of all of the people here, you would be the only one to know that he's referring to maybe one of the few silver wizards you know that are trustworthy, a certain guy called Cronin. I'm not going to talk a lot about him because he's me, and this is not my show, even though it is my world. But what he's saying is, oh yeah, this active good person in the world is fucking gone, and that changes the balance of power a bit. So,
Well, how we gonna? I look at Druk and I said, "Listen, the drunk guy already told him, and if he hasn't, he will tell him at some point. So let's just get over it and let's go save the woman."
All right. Now, before we go into that, what do you do? I don't see any armor on you, but you're not a wizard. I want to roll insight.
You know how to? I look at him and said, "Do you know how to fight?"
So, man, do you know how to kick asses or you know how to suck dicks? That's what he asking you. He's not asking you why you are naked walking through the fucking town.
He's not naked.
You're not.
He's
You don't
wearing.
have an armor in
He's
this
wearing.
world. You're naked
No.
to me.
Okay.
Okay. Since it came up, I'm gonna throw a punch.
okay.
See how he reacts. It's 8.
Listen, it's you know for a fact that in order to dodge this punch, all you have to do is not move. Which is you don't even look down on the guy. It's one of those funny things in combat. Sometimes a move you've done a million times, just you fuck it up because you're in a weird frame of mind. It is kind of funny to see the orc stumble a little. You don't actually fall on your face, but you tell me if you feel red in it.
No, I mean,
I'll say if you, without any roll, you can catch the guy, but if you want to make a wisdom saving throw, call it a difficulty 13. You might be able to even teach him something. Okay, Zorok, instead of actually stumbling and being a little embarrassed by throwing a punch wrong, you tell me if this is more embarrassing or not, but you barely see. So without knowing exactly, if you have ever encountered a martial arts movement in real life, what might surprise you is the fact that it is both A, completely mundane, and if you're not expecting it, completely unstoppable, because it's a motion that's so practiced that it takes less time to do it than it does to register it and its effect. And that's what happens. You're about to miss a punch, and all of a sudden, guys to your left, guys to your right, and you're stopped gently, you're in the seat.
All right, so I'm on the seat. Is he sitting next to me or is he standing?
Standing next to you.
I just broke out laughing. I just broke out laughing at Suluk.
So I just look at the couch. Look at him.
Like that.
You start
Look
to
at him
notice what relationships
say,
these people have. Cool.
No, I just look at him sitting next to me and say, "Monk, right?" No, just got my answer.
Some liquor in the room.
Okay, so the wizard goes, let me see if I got it straight. You're gonna go and get the incriminating pigeon dude back at your village. It means you're gonna be out of combat for a little bit, but that's fine because we're also, like, by the time you're back, it'll also be the blood moon. So not only will your girl be out in public, you will also have a pretext to get close, participate in the ceremony of your low on blood, and then blow it all up to hell by destroying the political landscape here with wild accusation. Yeah,
Not
that part might be a little
destroy.
difficult, guys.
Not destroy.
Just saying,
Change.
if you decide to just fucking lay out the truth in the middle of a ceremony where you're surrounded by guards belonging to that faction, just saying, like, is any of you a good talker? Is you good at talks? Because I got you a good punchy man, and unfortunately, I'm not sure that you boys are great talky dudes. Like, I'm an artificer. I make interesting magical effects.
Making speeches. So you don't know how to
I look at him and say,
so maybe he can help with that.
Yeah. You guys are missing a bard. That's Loki says that. You guys are missing a bard. Unfortunately.
Wait. Pause. Where the fuck is Luke? Luke came with us.
Oh, yeah. He stayed back at fucking dude's house.
Like, that just hit me.
Like, not for any weird reasons. He wanted to just look around the city, talk to people, figure out different things.
So, let's see.
Wait,
what do you suggest?
Luke is the one-armed guy?
Yeah.
If I revive, can I change class?
So you didn't actually fully die, but if you were to die, yeah, I'd say, why not?
So
I would say rebirth might even be a good occasion to do such a thing. Not to interrupt you guys, but as you catch your breath back, you start to think long and hard about that pool of blood. Or maybe that girl that you came here to save, supposedly she can do it.
Now, if you don't want this whole thing to turn into chaos by spilling the beans in the middle of a ceremony, what do you suggest we do?
Oh, I would spill the beans, but no, sorry, I'm a diplomat now. Well, I mean, you're gonna have to reveal it anyways.
I'll do the talking.
You'll do the talking. I
But
recommend.
whom?
I'll say this. I recommend if you're gonna do something drastic at a point in the ceremony, what you really need is a getaway driver.
Can we do it after the ceremony?
I am the getaway driver as well. I have a flying saucer.
Do you know?
But not for
where-
100 people.
Do you know if in this?
So Lanciax is not with you, but I'm not even going to. You know one thing, like, yeah, you can move that saucer along. You can't fly as fast as that dude. And if there's others like him in the police force, like, you're not gonna get away.
Temple, do you know if
Oh,
there is a
and
temple
I
here
haven't
for-
used the full speed of the saucer. yet.
Do
This
you know
is
if
like
there
that
is a
time
temple
to
here
me
for the
with, like,
king of
maximum
the
overdrive?
dark police?
No overdrive, but I can use the catapult spell.
One person at a time, please. So, Murakan first, please. Sorry. What were you saying, brother?
Do you know if there is any base or headquarters for the shadow police you guys have here in the city?
Who are you asking that?
To the artificer.
Dude, no. Like, I'm a foreign agent. Technically, I'm a spy, but that's between you and me. No. If I did,
Capic?
I train beasts. I don't do the shadowbound thing. It's actually kind of
You
taboo.
can ask Lance. We can ask Lance.
Because
Or the bartender?
Different police forces, but Bart may know.
They may provide us with a leeway to solve this afterwards.
It could
All
be a
right.
thing.
We move our
Wait
piece.
here. So I stand up and
I mean,
walk
you
down to
guys-
the bar.
You did need to hire a whale, didn't you? Said something about that a while back.
Yeah.
We could. That's true. We could use a well, with like the wet or getaway well.
Well, yeah. Denki has the, how do I put this, rare benefit of hosting a foreign fisherman's guild. It's kind of a warrior's guild. They fight fish. I'm a wizard. I don't like to.
You have weird fish here. So.
Yes. Oh, dude, you're learning already. It'll be second nature. Yes, so you
You're
would
there,
understand
you're
this a
there.
lot better. Essentially, there's the Fighters Guild of this world is actually called the Fisherman's Guild, and it's called that because ocean's full of fucking monsters. So you can always train and become stronger by using an item that they have, which is a rod that allows you to lure in monsters that are around your level of strength. So the Fighters Guild also pulls in double duty as humanitarian relief because, I mean, there's a lot of fish in the sea and they're all good for sushi if you know how to cook it. So what he's saying is that corp means that this city has access to traveling whales, which is a whale that becomes an elf. Very rare, very powerful, very useful if it can cast magic, such as flight.
Probably expensive too.
Yes. But not always gold and stuff. I mean, if there's anything to be said about a whale, and this is now Loki talking, and I'm not being sexist, but they're usually romantics. So you can sweet talk one. Maybe she'll fly for you.
Okay. So the plan is bring Fat Pigeon, maybe the two boas, and I say maybe because we don't know how the fuck to get them out of the pyramid. Find the gorillas or the gorilla. I don't know if it's more than one. Go to the ceremony, either during or after, spill the beans, and fly out. Somehow. What's that sound?
Sorry, it was my phone. I was trying to mute it. My bad.
So
Beans.
fly
1d4 psychic
out
damage.
somehow, without entering a fight, plus 100 people. Go on. That's the question. How do we avoid this from turning into one of the biggest fucking what's the word I'm looking for here? What's that fancy
Massacre,
word?
bloodbath.
No.
Jiggle fuck.
No. Brecker.
There is a
Brecker.
whole
Yeah,
quality
that's the word. Brecker had a word for that. It's a political
Clusterfuck.
No, but it's a international incident.
Oh, it's an international double tropical zombie blumberfuck.
That's not the word he used, but yeah, that you get what I mean.
Hey, I'm a silver wizard. I make shit up all the time that fits the situation.
Yeah, Brecker was not a wizard.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Good. So, okay.
Diplomatic incident. That's what I wanted to say.
Isn't easier if you just go grab this orc lady and just get out of the city stealthy as hell?
Stealthily out of yeah, stealthily is not going to cut it. It's not
Here's
going to
the
be
problem.
possible.
Let me just acquaint you with a little something called military progression of technology, says the Silver Wizard as he starts to cast a bunch of fun little graphics in the air using, what's the word here? What's
Prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation. So I'll say one thing for Mr. Loki. He's very silly, but you suddenly realize something. The guy has to be a brilliant teacher because he makes animations in front of you out of fucking nowhere. And Amadeus, they're cantrips, but you would know how hard this is as he shows you. So here's the problem, right? In nature, if you want to survive being poisoned, you need to get really big or really good at avoiding that specific poison. Then some little motherfucking bug, and he makes a little beetle, becomes better at it. So much better at it. Because getting better at using poison is a lot cheaper than surviving a different type of poison or becoming very big. He shows you like different animals and stuff here, and you know, there's some graphs and shit. So there's this funny thing in nature where punches get really strong and it's not a good idea to take them. I know, right? Crazy. What this means for us in this world is that magic is kabloinkers. Because you are from the mist, I mean, maybe you, Master Wizard, may have realized, because I think I catch a little bit of like the academic air about you, but for the others, you may have realized that we can do incredible things out of what seems ordinary, because our world is filled with riches, especially gold from the sun.
Right.
Now, what this means in practical applications is that governments have learned of ways to even that field or narrow that out in conflicts. And the most typical ways of doing it are what's called a spell catcher and a spell catapult. And he turns to you, Amadeus, as he explains this. So they're not always a prepared spell or artifact, but a spell catcher is a thing where you can feed amounts of gold to charge a selected level of a counterspell. And you can have a number of charges depending on how good your catcher is. And he lifts a thingy from his pocket, and you see, beautifully crafted one. You now remember the one from the fight you had with the boa, and the boa dude had, like, scrapyard shit. This wizard is an incredible craftsman. You're muted.
You're mute.
I look at it and I'm like, please, may I?
Yeah, sure. Gives it to you. No hesitation.
I start studying. I just started looking at it, trying to study the best I can of it. And I said, can I give it back to you later? I'd like to study this better.
Okay, but I need to let you know that is my personal one. I can make
I'm not taking it. Oh, I like the way you talk now. You know how
It's
to
just
talk
gonna
to a
take
wizard.
time. I have to listen. I'm Half Moon Loki. I'm the best artificer in all of Argenta. I'm telling you, anything I make is the best in the world. But by that same constraint, it is also usually expensive and difficult to find the materials. So, call it a
I
midterm
cast
project.
2 mage. I use meta magic. I use twin spell to cast 2 mage hands and start rubbing him, like giving me a massage. Like, I know you can do it.
I'm not even going to be gross or sexual about it. Thank you for that. Just thank you for that. My shoulders hurt. So, I guess what I'm trying to say with this is that no matter how powerful somebody gets, organized technology and the intelligence of common people can make a situation moot. Like, I'm a very powerful magical user, I'm like a magical engineer, but not even Cronin could have just walked out of that place, you know, like fireballs blazing, because, yeah, one wizard is powerful, but not more powerful than 10 well-coordinated squads of people separating each other in fireball range. So I'll teach you about the spell catapult later on. It's basically putting more juice behind its spell so that, you know, if you have some counter spells made, maybe you counter some of them with some pre-made counters. That's basically what it boils down to. But it gets expensive. Fighting another wizard is usually a matter of having more money.
So, hang on. How about we trade?
How so?
No. I'm talking, let's change the approach. How about we trade information for the priest? We will soon.
How do we do that without being considered traitors to the empire for being holding information that may threat the whole civilization here?
These are the
Wait.
people who are probably making it.
Wait,
Therefore,
there's one thing that can help, says Capek, who's been in the back a little bit. I see that drink, Mr. Lizard. Did you have some fire wine today? Have you tried truth peppers?
yeah.
Now, what you may not know is that among our classes, we have priests that fucking love this stuff. And if you can get close enough to him when you reveal the truth that you know, let me put it this way. It's a bad idea to lie around them. Oh, stop being coy, says the wizard to the Beastmaster. Look, they have these priests that basically cast a truth aura around them, and if you lie, you belch out fire and burn yourself. And if somebody asks you a question and you spend more time waiting, your throat gets hotter and hotter. Eventually, you burst out fire. So it's better to just tell the truth. Right?
So if we get too close to those guys,
could White Orchid take us to them?
Oh, here's what he's trying to say. There's definitely going to be at least one of those guys during the ceremony.
Can White Orchid get us to that guy after the ceremony?
We can try to get close to those guys.
I don't think she has a lot of personal power to move about right now.
If she's going to be the priest, that has to be some cool.
Wait, hold on. Can we use that priest in our favor? Like, ask the whatever the ruler is right now, Boa Clan guy.
So what he's trying to say is
conspiring.
What I'm trying to relay here is that the actual ceremony is a widely attended event, but the Truth Seeker priest is going to be part of the elite entourage. So he's going to probably be closer to White Orchid in the blood pool of the cenote when she's doing the thing. So The difficult bit is going to be to get close enough to the priest that you can just yell out this crazy thing and ensure that you're within his aura. Because the problem with these guys is their aura changes, varying depending on how much of the peppers they've had lately. And sometimes you don't
Wait.
know.
I have an idea.
You have an idea?
Sully needs a revival, right?
Yeah.
Rebirth, something. Morrican can turn into shadows. So Lizard Boy can get close to White Orchid, probably undetected, talk
Pop
to
out of the
her,
shadows.
and summon Sully with us during the ceremony, close to the fire guy, where we present the evidence.
I don't think I could get everyone inside.
No. You are just going to go to White Orchid soon, probably when you come back.
Recommendation, says the wizard. How about you get the pigeon to yell out the truth? Because getting your man revived is actually a perfectly valid thing to say. If the truth seekers are there during the ceremony, then the boas can't treat you as if you were fugitives, because they're actually with central government. So that means if you guys are clan, you just have to present her to you. Like, you just, for you, it's
Yeah,
just a
but
legal thing to do. That gets
my
you
point-
close. I would recommend that you get your man revived and then pop the pigeon out from the shadows and lay down the law.
Yeah,
You
but
certainly
the
want
first
to have all
thing-
hands on deck before that happens.
The first thing we need to do is to get White Orchid to know about Sully so that she can summon him and make it official.
Well, that's the part where it gets difficult, doesn't it? Because
We have a guy who
her
controls for the shadows.
That's my point. Get Lizard Boy here to talk to White Orchid, let him know about Sully, let him know about our plan. And
Or
this
maybe-
becomes a lot smoother.
I mean,
we can do
Murica
something
could
like
probably-
this.
Maybe Murica
Wizard
could
Loki
go up
produces a
right
little
now.
automaton from his sleeve and a tiny little crystal and silver. What's the name of the animal? Little praying mantis made out of like angles of glass. And he just says, "This will go find her." I can't put nothing much more complicated on him, but my cutter bug will absolutely get a message through if you want to. You can probably put like a sending in
that's
here. It's got a
better.
word limit. What's the word limit of the sending spell? I think it's 25 words. You can send her a 25-word message.
Let's see.
I may be wrong. It may be 40.
Basically. But what the reason why we need more brawl in this situation is because we are the ones at disadvantage in the whole thing.
Yeah, Loki
We are
says to you, "I just
the
needed
main-
safe hands, man." And
No, if in that box wasn't his ex-wife, I will be totally agree in get out everyone there, keep safe Temok, keep safe the dinosaur, and throw all the dwarf in the front gates. But I think
I
that's
hear you.
not going
Okay,
to happen.
so wizard.
Yeah.
So sending doesn't need to be put into something. You can just cast sending and send it to the person.
10.
yeah, about that. Remember what I said about technological
Magic.
progression?
Okay.
They'll have something to
Okay.
cast it.
So
It's better to send it in a breakable construct that will destroy the information if it's destroyed itself.
Okay, I have a message.
Mm-hmm.
It goes like this. We're with Temok. We need to rebirth a dwarf and talk to the Truth Seeker. Please summon Sullivan.
That fits within the word count. Anything else to be added? No? The little crystal automaton takes a daring leap, and you would swear that it doesn't actually traverse the distance between the wizard's hand and the window. It's just at the window, then it's on the other side of the window, and then it's gone. Like interrupted photographs. I'm very proud of that particular.
Okay, so we sent. You guys sent the message to White Orchid already?
Yep.
Yeah.
So she knows what's going to happen and what's the plan.
The basics.
Okay.
So I go right now, and so I get the time to fetch the fucking pigeon. And
Go then.
I maybe
Okay.
will try to wait till tomorrow to get back so I can see if the two boys are there.
Excellent. So I'll get with that in a moment. So just before you go, Loki says, let me just sum everything up. And he does another little display with figurines. And he says, the plan is the following. Get the pigeon because he's the best link you have. On the day, we'll be among the crowd. We may have to give some blood. After the ceremony are the rebirths. You get Sullivan rebirth. The moment he's done that, we hope that your lady is ready for a bit of a tussle. Because Murakan is going to pop out of the shadows with a political prisoner who, if I remember the guy, will probably be screaming bloody murder for no reason. And we make sure that he blabs government secrets in front of a crowd. Mr. Amadeus, you said you were convincing. Very convincing?
Yeah.
He only needs to see me and he will talk.
Good.
I can promise you that.
I suppose the only thing that's left to say is, Mr. Sullivan, do you know what this will do to you? I'm not sure you are aware, but Sully, now that you mention it, you haven't seen a single reborn dwarf in your time in the city.
I'm gonna tell you something.
That's right.
They call him the mule. So he is ready. Sully,
Well.
do you want to look like this? And I show him my muscles.
And yeah, fucking Amadeus is muscular as fuck. It's like you're drawn by a JoJo. It's like you're drawn by Araki while everybody else is in Berserk. Oh yeah, absolutely. No. So Capek lets you guys know that yeah, voguing is like a thing, mostly in the capital, where people are so rich that they have time to make a art out of, posing. But, if you're immortal, you can eventually make something breathtaking out of anything. You have all the time in the world. And
now, Capek.
Yeah.
You need to take us to the monkey.
Sorry, I need to take you where?
To the
Somebody's
monkey.
breathing very loudly. Oh, the monkey. Yeah, about that. So I've never seen one. So I'll put it this way. Never seen one alive. But I found the pelt in one of the Pigeon Man's old labs. Truth is, he could
So
probably
you know where
point
the
you
labs
better.
are.
I know where one of them is. Fucker had several. This took years.
Can
This
you
is
take
something
us
that
there?
doesn't sit right with me. Like, you've met the guy, right?
Yeah.
He's got his own like he does have an edge, but he doesn't seem. It just seems like a weird idea for him to have. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, him.
Anyways,
I'm telling you.
It's just a tool.
I can lead
It's
you
just
to
a
the
tool.
laboratory. I can lead you to the lab and see what you find. I hope it hasn't been ravaged. Or it hasn't been squatted in.
We'll deal
So
with
that'll
that.
be for next session if you guys want to use your time doing that while you wait for Murakami. So I'll say this. The next session, because now we're reaching on the 4-hour mark and I am exhausted and want to take this thing out of my eye. On the next session, we'll fast forward past the 2 days that Murakami is going to go and get your political captive. Not that nothing will happen during that time, but it'll be shortened. So just while you're here, how would you spend those 2 days preparing, knowing that you're going to have to try to pull some slick moves and may have to escape?
2 things. I want to do 2 things. First and foremost, go and talk to the whale.
Okay, that'll be your side
Goes.
mission during that time.
And go to the lab and probably see what work the bartender has for me.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna try to do 2 things, and I know I can do them because of this. I'm gonna spend most of my day studying with the artificer how to work the putting spells and things and stuff like that, and preparing those spell catapults just to learn the mechanics of this new magic that I just saw. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna I'm gonna get a book like a notebook, white, and every night I'm gonna spend most of my spell slots creating runes of offensive spells. Okay, with the tick that the thing it's gonna be a command word that only I'm gonna know, and when I open the book and give the command, all of those spells are gonna be.
So this is a funky thing that Magic players do sometimes. I call that a spell, or rather a grenade book. And I'll say that I'll allow you to do something like that because, believe it or not, you guys, that there are these explosives in the rules that I think are completely fucking unbalanced. But I'll say this. You are limited to only using the same level of spell. So unless you're using gold to level things up or down, you can only use You can only use one type of spell slot per book. So essentially, you can't make a number of level 3 runes and level 5 runes in the same book, because that creates a type of magical resonance. So it's whether you're going to spend your highest level spells to have a strong fireball, or you want to do something that's more like a grape shot. But we'll resolve all that next session. That's why I'm putting those limiters, so he can tell me, it's like, are you going to have like 6, or are you going to have like 10? This would allow you to do one very strong attack, but I just need to tally the resource costs correctly so that we can have some semblance of balance on this bit. But I'll say Loki is very happy to teach you anything and everything. Guy just loves to teach, all jokes aside.
Okay. Yes, I know which one, and it's a 2nd level spell slot, and it's gonna be a fuck ton of Maximilian's earthling gasps.
I like it. It's a very dependable spell. You know what I'm saying?
But imagine like a shitload of hands going and grabbing all the soldiers that are trying to attack me.
Yeah, all of the guys with wings who don't have to dodge the spell because they can just use fly.
Okay, then. Oh, they're flying people. No, I'm gonna give you a better one.
Here's the thing. I'm doing this as a friend because Loki is there with you looking at your spell book, and he goes, dude, you have to vary the tactics. I need you to understand something. In this world, we've been fighting crazy wizards for a long time. So, rule number 1, if you see a guy in golden armor, kill him first. If you see a wizard, kill him first. If you are the wizard, you either kill the other wizard first or you run counterplay. So you're either going to be doing offensive casting or you should focus on not having your guys get bogged down and killed. Because when one guy can, get past all of your fighters' resistances in a moment, because we can cast a lot of spells, then you're screwed. So if we're going to go into this fight, you can tell me if you want to be the attacker or the defender. I can do both. I have
Here's what I
for that.
No, for the spell, first for the books, then I'm gonna do it with 2 because I have 2nd level spells and 3 level spells, so I can use both slots. So for one book, I'm gonna use Earthbind for all the flyers.
Okay.
And for the second one, I'm gonna go with the old school. Just I don't care how big the room is, I cast Fireball.
Loki approves. I approve. And
There you go.
he may even give you a little bonus with that. As for the others, how would you spend your time? As I said, we will resolve more of this when we get to the next session. I'm just fucking exhausted. Is sucking dick a skill in ORO? Yes, and you can get proficiency in it, Sullivan. Don't know why you would want that after you come back from death, but if you want to be... Listen, I'll let you have dick-sucking lips. Even for a dwarf. Okay, you want to do, on one hand, a conversation, and on the other hand, some observation. Yeah, you're a guy that's not afraid to occupy some space because you don't find anything shameful in what you're doing. Like, you're seeing people do stuff, you're learning about it. You know? I think your guy transmits that just by being around there. Yes, Sully?
Is there something close to a paladin here?
Who do you ask that?
You.
As in me? Yeah, there's a paladin class. But by now you know that the gods are kind of a complicated subject.
Oh, he disconnected.
Oh, he didn't like
We'll get him
that.
back when we get him back. Well, yeah.
No.
But hey, you can be a paladin of glory, which doesn't require a god.
Oh, yeah, so about that, Loki tells you, beware the traveling master. Essentially, look, man, the gods are dead, which doesn't mean that you can't be holy, but it's kind of difficult to feel you're holy when you when you have to make up your own principles. Not everybody's cut out for it. Let me just get... Exactly. And so I've never been the most religious kind of guy, but what I'll say is there's a lot of low-level charlatans that can do a sun incantation. Truth be told, outside of the forest itself, godly warriors are kind of rare. I mean, there is Mr. Lancelot.
My question was more like, what's the closest to something that can heal a team, but without being a bard?
You could always try to take up being a cleric,
Or a
but
druid.
you would have to choose who. I mean, if you're a man of strong faith, I hear... Sorry? Yeah, so metatextually, like inside and out of character, what Loki's trying to tell you is that, well, you're going to have a rough time finding a specific religion here that isn't imperial, but that doesn't mean that you can't be very faithful on your own, and your gods will listen. It'll just
I mean,
be.
he's about to go into rebirth. Might as well go with the fucking Empire.
You might as
Yeah,
well
I
learn a
mean-
thing or two about the Empress. See if she strikes your fancy. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it'll make the pasta and meatballs go down more easily if you like the red sauce. This metaphor is getting away from me, says Loki.
Okay, guys.
I mean, I
have-
can be
have-
religious
have
with
to
the
go.
Empire, but being against them, I don't know, in some way.
We're not against the Empire.
Ooh.
Listen. You mentioned you've been married, says Capic.
Yeah.
I guess none of you have seen the girl yet, have you?
The what?
You guys have never seen the Lady White Orchid.
No.
Well,
We spawned all the way back at the pyramid.
spawned. I've heard that term. So, like, right, time, space, mist. Actually, out of this group, there might be someone that has seen and talked to this lady before in the past. Maybe. I won't force the words out of their mouth. I'll leave it up to you. You tell me, our unknown monk. Have you met the Lady White Orchid before?
Roll the dice.
Well, you tell me. Do you want to describe her to the guys? Do you want me to speak through you? Or do you want to keep it simple?
We can't hear you.
Now you're
yes.
back.
Okay, now we can hear.
Well, different people would give you a different explanation, and I'm not gonna make your character into a different person than who we've met. So I'll lay it out for you guys. Without being gross, your new companion lays out an image of a woman so beautiful, it's kind of bullshit. Like, it generally, like, you think, is he telling the truth? Like, wouldn't a person that looks like that be off-putting? Like, being
Like
too
him?
perfect?
And I point at
Yeah,
Amadeus.
like, for lack of a better term, isn't there something a little too idealized about the woman he's describing? Maybe. But she was enchanting indeed.
I look
From
at him
having
and I
met
say,
her,
"Are
you
you
can
in
tell
love?"
she's a very sweet girl. Like, she's not, she's also beautiful.
Guys, I really need to go now. So
This is about where we close. When it's a good moment to close. So you may leave now if you so desire, Morgan.
let's try to talk in the week because we need to set some system and rules for the shadow team.
We will. So before you leave, allow me to just. I'm gonna try a little bit of haiku about a little bit about a poem of this woman. It's gonna be a cheap one, but white as snow, 4 wings, freedom she brings, caged by a snake's will. I fucked up with the last syllable there, but yeah. So I'm too tired to be doing this justice, but he's describing a hot-ass fucking white hair anime girl with like wings and shit. It's like hot and stuff. The game's over by now because I'm not doing. It's not good dialogue. I've been your game master, dungeon master, and porno keeper. I'm the wizard with the silver eye and the silver dick. It's been a pleasure. Say goodbye.
It's not silver. I've seen it. It's not silver. I've seen it.
What do you mean? You put the chrome on it. You sucked it hard enough that ever since then it's been like metallically covered. It's an issue. Like I'm having infections. Why did you do that to me?
You're lying. You're lying because I can't suck.
I never lie. I'm a
Never-
silver wizard.
Morrigan is
Okay.
Loki
it's
says
let's
silver
go.
wizards lie a bunch. We're very good at it.
I have a problem with my jaw and I can't suck. Sorry. You're lying.
Yeah, that's all right. For sure. Brother. Sorry? Sorry? Did I miss? Oh no, look, he's dodging. He didn't have that 10 years ago. His jaw was fresh then. It had suction power. You know how people started writing suck S-U-C-C on the internet? Who do you think started that? That boy. Anyways, what the fuck am I talking about? I'm gonna take this thing out of my eye. I love you, everyone.